Welcome to day 2 of the NFL draft. Minnesota Vikings took Caleb Banks in the first round yesterday. And let me tell you, the reactions were fascinating. Once you're done here, go check out our reaction video from earlier today, but you're not going to want to miss anything. We only have a few minutes till the start of round 2, and the Vikings have 3 picks to make an impact on the roster. Welcome to our live NFL draft coverage here on Vikings First and SKOL.
Let's go, it's time to be the GOAT. It's time to enter God mode, man, let's get it going. I wanna be the greatest, energy is overflowing. I know I'm stoking the fire, my desire's taking over. Not tired, I'm inspired, rewired. I know just what is required. My brain knows how to decipher the messages, looking brighter. Already paid up the piper, my game is getting much tighter. I feel my body on fire.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to... Oh, sorry, Dave.
I was about to say that we're here.
I'm so used to rocking and rolling with the intro every time with the Real Forno Show. I'm just ready to go. Listen, we're here. We're live. We're glad you're here joining us. I'm Tyler. He's Dave. As I think it was Chris just said in the chat, we do have a new purple people eater. His name is Caleb Banks, and he will stick his python on you. And if you think I'm kidding, no, he's got 2 pythons. Listen, we're going to talk extensively about Caleb Banks throughout the course of this draft. We'll also talk about how his selection ended up changing the course of the Vikings' path over the course of the next 3, maybe more picks, depending on a Jonathan Grenard trade, depending on a trade down. A lot of different factors that can happen tonight. But what we are going to be is here for you the entire day 2, having a conversation about your Minnesota Vikings and everything else that is happening within the course of the NFL draft. It's an exciting time. And later on in the show, we will have the SKOL Doc on to talk a little more extensively about the injuries that Caleb Banks has suffered, what it means from a medical standpoint, and can they be predictive of future injuries? A lot of nuanced details that, quite frankly, we don't have because we aren't doctors. And why do we bring him on? He's a foot surgeon. You're not going to find anybody that understands that body more than a foot surgeon. So we're going to talk about that and a lot of new things to break down. But before we get there, Dave, I know you're drinking bourbon, but I've got a good old purple drink, Grape Crush. We're about to have fun. It's just purple. I thought it was a good thematic element. So how are you?
I'm doing good, except for some reason, my NFL Plus is not coming on, and I'm trying to work through that as we speak. Get it to where it does come on. But
We're going to have some fun.
How are you?
I'm good. Just tired. This whole weekend is mentally draining and exhausting, but it's what I live for. I love this. I love it so much. And I'll be popping in and out throughout the course of the night because I do have stuff to do for A to Z Sports, some of it video, some of it written. So if I'm like on the screen and I'm just kind of like this, it's because I'm typing. I'm going to be here though, and we're going to have a lot of fun. Let's get everybody kind of ready for the start of the draft. So obviously 32 first round picks yesterday. Let's have a conversation about my best available, my top available player, which something to remember with how I stack my big board, and Dave has access to the horizontal boards that he made for us moving forward. I don't include injuries when I'm building my original big board. Okay. Reason being, I don't feel it really prohibitive in order to do that. There are other elements of the discussion. There are other things that I can do. And when it comes to stacking a standard big board, I like to just look at talent. It's looking at who's the best player and trying to figure out from there. So let's post that. Let's talk about my best available. So Avion Terrell at 16th overall is my best available player. Yeah, it shouldn't be much of a surprise. He was my top corner, but I'm also not surprised that he's available at this point. So let's have a conversation about who else is available. Sorry, Jermon McCoy, 13th overall. No, that's the A to Z consensus big board. I pulled up the wrong thing. So Terrell at 16, Jermon McCoy at 18, Denzel Boston at 19, CJ Allen at 21, Emmanuel McNeil Warren at 24, Traden Stokes at 28, Chris Bell at 29, Caden McDonald at 31, Cassius Howell at 32, TJ Parker at 33, D'Angelo Pons at 36, Colton Hood at 37. So a lot of defensive backs available. It would not shock me if we start to see a run on defensive backs. I believe that Traden Stokes will end up being the Vikings pick at some point today. I've thought that for quite a while. And one of the reasons being he's just an absolute perfect fit for how Brian Flores wants to play on the back end. Versatile, talented, experienced. He's going to be 25 years old this year. As much as it may not be a popular take among NFL draft analysts and how some people like to build their teams, Flores needs experience on the back end because that experience helps with all the pre-snap coverage alignments and confusion that they have. And they'll line up and play different roles consistently. As we welcome in Jonas, we're about to have some fun. There's also the element of a Jonathan Grenard trade. That could happen at any second. My expectation is there will be one happening. When it happens, we'll be ready to rock and roll. We will have all the details and we will break down what it means and then quickly spin it to how it's going to manifest for your Minnesota Vikings. Because look, now your draft strategy changes because now you have a bigger need, but you also have more assets in order to get it done. So a lot of different elements. Everybody already knows how we are, but Jonas, how are you?
Yeah, it's just I just woke up like 10 minutes ago. Had a little nap for about 1.5 hours. Yeah. Overall, I just hope that I just hope that I'm gonna be more satisfied than yesterday. I really tried to find like a positive spin overnight on this. I'm still not satisfied with that draft pick. One of the things I tried to come up with was the track record that the Vikings had developing defensive linemen over the last few years. Because let's be honest, that track record was actually pretty impressive, if we are being honest. If we look at guys like a Jalen Redmond, but there were also some other success stories of defensive linemen who didn't really have much of a pedigree and played well for us. So that was like the one thing I tried to use to spin it to make me more satisfied with it. And then I remembered, oh yeah, the defensive line coach who was in charge of that is gone. So not great. Still not feeling great about that.
I'm like, when it comes to the Vikings specifically, I'm actually pretty happy with like their defensive line coach. I think like Ryan Nielsen might actually be an upgrade over Marcus Dixon, and that's not even a slight on him. This whole idea of what Banks can be is just interesting. And from a Grenard trade, I'm genuinely curious how much of the Banks selection ended up mattering with the potential of a Grenard trade. We don't really know that for sure, but the whole conversation is interesting as Dave is popped out and his box is completely gone.
It was like,
That's because I'm trying to figure out what the heck's going wrong with my camera. Why you see my chin, and that's it.
yeah, tough to help you out with that one.
All right. I'm trying to get some more info on seeing what's going on with Grenard. I'll keep everybody updated as we get there. Dr. Proto's here. Daniel's here. We're appreciative that you guys chose us. We're almost at 6,400 subscribers, so please hit that free subscribe button. We would appreciate it. We're going to be here all night. And going to be very interesting to see how the Vikings end up maneuvering throughout the entirety of the board. The Niners are projected to stick and pick here at the 33rd overall pick. There's a couple different directions they can go. They need edge help. Cassius Howell and Mason Thomas are still on the board. They need wide receiver help. Two guys that make a lot of sense are Denzel Boston, who would be a plug-and-play guy after Mike Evans ends up leaving, which could be at any time. And then also wild card Chris Bell, who is basically Ole Miss A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown incarnate. So if you want an A.J. Brown archetype, boom. It'll be really, really interesting to see how they kind of go through it. Jonas, who are some of your favorite picks moving forward at for the Vikings at 49?
I think one of the things we actually agree on this year is the fit of Traden Stokes. I'd be pretty happy if he's there at 49, or maybe even with a slight downtrade. So that's one of them. I like AJ Holsey, and especially with some of the coaches who have a connection to him, that might be an avenue to pursue. Yeah, so that's for 49. I would like them to get one of those centers. And I would definitely like receiving help. Ted Hurst has been a name that has been floated a lot with the Vikings. I think he had a top 30 visit. One of the guys that I really like is Skylar Bell, who could be an option in the third round. So yeah, those are names that I'm thinking of. One of the names that I had in this group mock draft that I talked about yesterday was Grayson Holton, although we probably are not going to see him since we already have a guy on the defensive line who's apparently not going to be the nose tackle. So another defensive end is probably not it.
So, hell yeah. We have a pick at 33. It is a Vikings top 30 visit. Dejon Stribling.
Oh.
Ooh, that's early.
Ole Miss wide receiver. Yeah.
Damn. Over Denzel Boston? Wow.
Yeah, that's a wild one, but we had been hearing for a couple of weeks that the NFL loves Dejon Stribling. He has been productive everywhere he's been, but he's never been an elite producer. He's always been a very good producer, a solid number 2 at the college level, over 600 yards as a true freshman at Washington State. And then he also had a really good season at Oklahoma State before breaking his wrist. And then he had another really good season this past year at Ole Miss. So what's really interesting is he's played in 3 offenses in college, all of them versions of the air raid. So going to a 49ers team that runs a lot of the West Coast kind of Shanahan stuff is a very interesting fit because he really has never done any of that. And I think it's just an interesting choice, but it's obvious that like teams who run a lot of those in-breakers really liked Stribling because the Vikings were in on him. The Rams seem to have been in on him as well. And a lot of teams that wanted to project him forward as one of those in-breaking kind of guys. So that's very interesting to me. I'm intrigued to see how the rest of this wide receiver board goes, because Stribling going before Boston, before Chris Bell, before Jeremy Bernard, I don't agree with it, but I get it.
That's definitely an interesting one.
Keep talking, guys. I'm still trying to figure out things. Why my super duper camera isn't working?
Well, hey, you know what? Dave, you bought the cameras.
I know. And it was telling me we had to had a software update, and I was going to wait till after the draft.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
But hey, we are seeing the whole picture of you right now.
That's because I'm on a different camera.
That'll do it. So 34 is the Arizona Cardinals. They're going to take Chase Pasantis, the offensive guard from Texas A&M. Honestly, I wasn't huge on Stribling for the Vikings. I would have been fine with it. I have other wide receiver preferences, I guess, is probably the best way to frame it. Mainly Jeremy Bernard is probably my biggest preference at wide receiver. I love the fact he's a do-it-all guy. But if Denzel Boston's available at 49, I would be all in. But Stribling and then Pasantis. The Vikings don't have a need at guard. They may next year, but taking a guy in the second round at that position might not be your best use of capital at the moment. It wouldn't be terrible, because it's never a bad idea to invest in the trenches, where I think taking a guy to be like a backup / insurance policy immediately in round 1, where you don't have a plan to start him, is a different discussion, where I think it's a bad process to do so. But in round 2, I'm a lot more comfortable with it. I do think with how the board sits, defensive back, you might be able to get incredible value at that position, especially if Traden Stokes ends up falling to 49. I'm going to keep talking about Stokes because he's been my target for the Vikings for quite some time. You guys all know that. And seeing Stribling and Pasantis go off the board 1-2, to me, helps the Vikings quite a bit. I'm intrigued to see what the Bills do. I've linked them with Denzel Boston multiple times. They tried that route with Keon Coleman. Boston is a much more natural separator, and I think it'll work, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's definitely not the two guys I expected. Usually at the beginning of like round 2, you get a run on those guys that kind of kept falling out of round 1. And everybody at that point is hoping they're getting to them. And then usually they are scooped up in like the first 4 or 5 picks in the round, and everybody's hopes are gone. But the first few picks really weren't that. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. I would have to pull up Arif's consensus board, but I think there's a good chance that Stribling right now is the lowest player on the board who has been selected so far.
Let's find out. I'll actually pull up Arif Hassan's consensus board. Stribling, I'm not quite sure where Stribling is on the board. 99th on the board.
Yeah, that's probably it. That's almost certain. I think the lowest guy on the board yesterday was Rutledge.
Mm-hmm.
At least as far as I remember, and he was like in the low 60s.
Yeah. The one interesting element about this year,
he was 59.
The one interesting thing about this year versus other years is a player at 100 is like not super different than like a player at 40. Like, is Dejon Stribling that much different than like a Zion Young, a D'Angelo Pons, and Emmanuel Pregnon? I'm not 100% sure. Like, this draft class is so weird in that sense. Basantis is 46th on the consensus board. Like, we're looking at a draft that's just odd from that perspective. It's odd from being able to really parse out each individual player and how actually good they are. Because there's like 10 players who are like separated themselves from the rest. There's a unicorn in Caleb Banks who you have no idea if he's going to be good. And then a bunch of like 25 to 75 or 80 where they're all in the same glut. Texans just moved up. Interesting. I don't know what the Bills pick is yet, though.
TJ Parker.
Parker. Yeah, that makes sense. I that's a really good upside pick for the Bills because they need edge help. They tried with Von Miller, Joey Bosa, now Bradley Chubb. And Greg Rousseau is a good player, but you need somebody who can be a little bit more explosive and bendy on the other side. And I think you're going to get a little bit of that with TJ Parker. He was projected to be a top 10 pick in August. Like, you kind of get him, you're betting on him at his lowest point. And if he becomes what people thought he would before the year, huge win.
I wouldn't have loved that as a first round pick, but I think at 35, that's cool to bet on that. So good on the Bills. They also had all those down trades yesterday. So I've been pretty hard on Brandon Bean, and I was really surprised that they chose to make the head coach the scapegoat. So I was pretty critical about the way he built the roster, but that's good process so far in this draft.
Pick is in for the Texans. They traded 38 and 91 for 36 and 117. So to move up 2 spots, they're moving down 26, which
to move
at
up
that
2
point,
spots.
Yep. We'll have to look at it from like a trade chart perspective, but I'd guess the Raiders are receiving something like a 5th round of value, maybe a little higher in order to facilitate that move, because the idea here is you're making a pick swap, and this may be a situation where the Texans believe that this player is a 1st round caliber player, and they're getting a steal by getting him at 36 with that trade up. We see these kind of moves all the time, and quite frankly, I don't have an issue with it, and it's going to be Caden McDonald. So that front 4 is a monster powerhouse. You got Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson Jr., Caden McDonald. That's a great front. And it was already the best defensive football last year, and they just got better against the run. And with how D'Amico Ryans, that tree really likes to attack, having a guy who can be a 1 tech is awesome. It's not always something that they have consistently, but oh man, this Texans defense just got a lot better. And they're only going to ask him to do run defense stuff. I think that's fair value in round 2. I hated it in round 1. But this is a really smart play by the Texans, and I really like it.
Gotcha. But I thought we couldn't get a defensive tackle. We would have to wait to the second half of the second round. They wouldn't go off until then.
All 3 of them are gone. That's it's.
I'm just giving some fans some grief. I don't know if you saw that the GM of Chicago was a little disappointed because they were wanting a defensive tackle in the first round. Mm-hmm. I think we got theirs.
Yep. That's the vibe I got from it too. And gotta say, hell yeah. And that came, Alec Lewis also reported earlier today that multiple teams in the 20s were trying to move up and get a defensive tackle, Caleb Banks. So not move up, but they were interested. That's why the Vikings didn't feel they could move down.
So
Now.
on the trade charts, the Raiders won the trade on all 6 of them. They it broke in favor of them by a mid fourth on the Jimmy Johnson, a mid fifth on the Rich Hill, a mid sixth on the Stewart chart, a mid seventh on over the cap, late seventh on PFF, and mid sixth on the Ben Baldwin chart. So the traditional charts were pretty harsh on the Texans, while on the analytics charts it's almost even. It was slightly in favor of the Raiders, but almost even.
Yeah, it's honestly, if you think that guy's a first round player and you get him in the second round, like they didn't lose a pick, they just dropped from the end of the third to the mid fourth. That's fine.
That's like one of the names when I said that the guys who were expected to go in round one would be scooped up right after the start of round two. That's one of those guys that I expected to be there.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Well, this is breaking pretty well for the Vikings. I don't think any of their targets have been touched so far yet. Maybe Stribling, but I don't think that they were going to take Caden McDonald. I don't think they would take Basantis. I don't think they were going to take TJ Parker. And Colton Hood is off the board, and he's going to go to the New York Giants with the 37th pick. And now the Raiders are back on the clock at 38th overall. Colton Hood goes above his teammate Trevon McCoy, who continues to fall with that knee injury. This is a Will Johnson type fall.
Yeah.
And Johnson, without that injury stuff, would have gone top 10. So it's pretty awesome that he's not awesome. It's good for Colton Hood that he gets to go, but man, it stinks for McCoy. Like, McCoy is so good, but if you only get him for like, let's say 5 years because of the injury, you can take that risk in mid round 2. You're not taking that risk in round 1. And
yeah,
it's a different injury conversation overall than what we had with Caleb Banks, because you're talking about something degenerative with McCoy, where Banks it's worrying about re-injury. So it is slightly different.
Yeah, I think the part about McCoy that probably sunk him in the end was the one where he probably has to have another procedure that might knock him out of this season. So to have a guy who already missed his last college season, also have him miss his whole rookie season, that's a tough sell, at least in round 1.
Very tough.
As great as Jamin McCoy is, but that's definitely one where probably a lot of teams paused.
Yeah. Kane McDonald doing the walk right now. He is a puddle. And I think it's just so cool that these guys get so excited about this. Like,
yeah, especially guys who were supposed to go higher. Like, he probably expected to be off the board in the first round, and yeah, it's did seem to have an impact on him.
Yeah. Everybody they invite is an expected first round pick. They have conversations with. teams. They have to try and figure out who like the most likely consensus kind of players are. And McDonald made that list. So a little surprised he's still on the board, but that can happen with nose tackles that really don't offer much from a pass rush upside because it's just not viewed as valuable in comparison, even in a class like this. So McDonald, look, that Texans defensive front is nasty, man. Oh
yes.
I am so excited about that front. One of the biggest knocks I had on McDonald was how good is he going to be at the next level if he's not surrounded by elite dudes?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have to worry about that in Houston.
Two of the highest paid edges.
Yeah. And like there's talent all over that defense. He's going to be an afterthought. And honestly, and I mean this in a complimentary way, he was kind of an afterthought at Ohio State because you had Arvell Reese, you had Sonny Styles, then you had like Kenyatta Jackson, Caden Curry. He was not the priority to block among the players in that defensive line. He was not. So very interesting how things have evolved from that perspective. And I'm excited. I'm excited for Houston, man. Shout out to McPounder. Just man, I feel for this guy. Just
I didn't realize he was in the green room since yesterday.
Mm-hmm. I think of all the guys in the green room, he might have been the only one left. Let's.
Vegas gets their stuff together.
Mm-hmm. Colton Hood was in the green room. So, and Colton Hood's about to go. And that's it. Everybody will be out of the green room by pick 37. Brian, Jonas went over the trade value on the Jimmy Johnson. It was a mid-4th, mid-5th on the Rich Hill, and then it was a little nicer, like 5th and 6th for all the analytics charts. So it's a small price to pay. It's not exactly an ideal price. You'd like to get it cheaper, but it's also not the end of the world either. You're getting a player that you think had first-round value. The NFL seemed to relatively agree that he had first-round value since he was invited, even though he didn't go in the first round. And that's the magic and frustration of the draft is sometimes one guy goes and then, oh, this guy's here. Well, we were going to take McDonald, but this guy wasn't supposed to be here.
I'm going to have to shatter your dreams right now because the Las Vegas Raiders just selected Traden Stokes.
Damn it. Mm-hmm. Good for the Raiders. Bad for me.
Yes, bad.
Well, there goes the Traden Stokes Minnesota dream. It's really hard to know. You hear so many things about these players. I'm surprised he went over McNeil Warren. I did not have him on my board over McNeil Warren. He was slightly behind him, but you know what? I had Stokes 28th on my board, and he goes 38th overall. I'll take that as a win. Just unfortunate he didn't get to Minnesota because holy crap, he would have been elite with the Vikings.
I just realized you didn't grade Stribling.
No, I didn't get a chance to give him a grade. I think I had him at the very tail end of my big board. I can't remember.
Not on the horizontal.
Oh, I didn't put him on the horizontal?
No, there he is. Round 6-7. Found him.
Yeah. I knew he was going to go a lot higher, but I didn't love the fit from how he would have to translate in Minnesota. I just didn't love it. So now let's talk about the safety position for the Vikings. It's a tough spot. You have taking a look at all the safeties. Downs is gone. Thieneman is gone. Stokes is gone. I would be floored if the Browns didn't take Emmanuel McNeil Warren here at 39. So then he might be gone. It's Halsey, Kamari Ramsey, Genesis Smith, Zakee Wheatley, Bud Clark, Jalen Kilgore, Michael Taft, VJ Payne. There's still talent on the board, but man, losing out on a guy like Stokes who could literally do everything, that hurts. That hurts a little bit, but good for Stokes. Oh, it's going to be Denzel Boston to the Browns. So they get Denzel Boston and Casey Conception. Hell yeah. Oh, that's fun. I love that.
So now my dream for 49 is dead.
So now 40th overall KC. I would find it hard to believe that they take a safety here, but who the hell knows? I would think that KC might want to try and trade out because they gave up 2 picks, and they really need to have young upside talent without a lot of extra baggage. But Traden Stokes, you know what? Good for him. But I'm sad. I wanted him in mini. Browns getting Boston, who I mocked to them at 24, at 39 is awesome. Awesome value.
I like the guy that does the videos of this team versus that team. And he's always, we're the Cleveland Browns. Punt.
Odie, come back over here, bud. Good boy.
Man, it's getting really dry for that safety room right now because I just checked the free agent market. It's just empty. It's just gone.
Yeah, but do we believe Harrison Hitman Smith is actually going to retire?
I don't think it matters.
Not sure. Yeah, it shouldn't matter. Like, if we are trotting out guys like Jay Ward and Theo Jackson again, that's not going to do it.
I will say I am under the impression that the Vikings like Ward a hell of a lot more than we do. So take that for what it's worth. I mean,
I know I'm under that same impression, but man, I'm not sure about that evaluation. That's one of those.
Chris
Hey,
is
maybe
saying
that backup can do it, but most of them just don't.
TV is 3 picks behind already. Got to do the commercials.
what? We already know the picks for R. Mason
Chiefs.
Thomas to the Chiefs.
Ooh,
That's a good fit.
That's a good one.
He's the kind of power player that Steve Spagnuolo likes on the edge. I think he's a really good player. I had him at 24th overall, I think. So it's a pretty good value. I still think this board is setting up pretty well for the Vikings. I'm going to set up the
Except for Stokes.
Yeah, that part sucks. There's no going. Let's see. All right, I am going to start by. I'm going to start just inputting all the picks here on the A to Z Sports Mock Draft Simulator because it makes it easy.
Okay.
And it's updated.
Bengals are on the board. No. Yes. Wonder what Tim's hoping for. What's his Christmas dream?
Don't be shocked if it's linebacker. Maybe a defensive tackle, but I don't know. I can't remember what the Bengals are looking for on defensive tackle, so it wouldn't shock me if they like Anthony Hill, Jacob Rodriguez, one of those guys.
Or CJ Allen.
That's yeah. I keep forgetting CJ Allen's on the board because I don't think he should be.
Just as long as everybody else forgets he's out there. Huh.
Cassius Howell, edge rusher, to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, I expected that one at some point right now.
Both the top edge rushers going along with TJ Parker makes it less likely that the Eagles get somebody they like. So we'll see.
Very, very true. We could pick up another top 100 pick. Another pick in the second round would be nice. Where do the Eagles have their pick? Let's see.
54, and then
54.
they also have, let's see. Eagles also have 68 and 98. So they're in a good spot overall. The Saints are now on the clock. They would like to have an edge rusher here, but I don't know who they take. Maybe Zion Young or Gabe Yakas. They also need safety, defensive line. It could be a sneaky linebacker spot. They lost to Mario Davis, and there's been rumors about a Pete Werner trade. So the Saints could really do anything. They probably won't take a wide receiver. Obviously, they got Jordan Tyson in round 1, but they traded Rashid Shaheed, and Chris Olave is a question mark. Never say never. Chris says Vikings owners think injured players are more economical. Well,
I don't
so there's a misnomer about that. The Caleb Banks thing is completely different from how Kwesi Adofo-Mensah handled injured players. He saw injured players on the free agent market where you're already paying a premium as a way to get advantages in the market because you can pay them slightly less because they have an injury history. With the NFL draft, you're not getting a discount. Where you take them is where you pay them. And you are betting against the other 31 teams in the league. So it's not the same idea as how they prioritized signing Jonathan Grenard, Andrew Van Ginkel, Blake Cashman, Aaron Jones. They were already proven in the NFL. These guys are unproven. So it is a different landscape. It is defensive tackle for the Saints. Kristen Miller of the Georgia Bulldogs is going to the New Orleans Saints. So linebackers are still pretty hefty on the board. Cornerbacks are still looking good. Jermon McCoy, Avion Terrell still on the board. D'Angelo Pons. A lot of interesting options for the Vikings. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is still on the board. He was, by the way, third on the mock draft tracker with 64 selections. Avion Terrell was second with 75. Some really interesting players available. I mean, we say this every year that, hey, these guys shouldn't be here. But hey, they're here. But that's what happens. Why is Emmanuel McNeil-Warren dropping so much? I'm going to say two reasons. One, the depth of the class, and two, he played at Toledo, and I think that can hinder some people. When I looked at the film, I thought his pursuit angles were significantly worse when he played upper levels of competition. So it could be that teams are seeing him as a little bit more of a project than a ready-made day one starter. There are a lot of reasons why he could have fallen. I think the big reason here is you have a situation where it's a super deep safety class, and only 3 have gone so far. Stokes, Downs, Thieneman. Teams may just be willing to wait longer at the position because they know it's deeper. They're prioritizing other positions where it's not. I'm not 100% sure why any of these guys theoretically are still on the board, but that's just my best guess.
Daniel's interested in trading if the Vikings would be willing to trade down in the second to grab another fourth.
I mean, ideally, we'd all like to trade down, get our guy, and get more picks. But as it was reported, Kevin O'Connell said, and I got it confirmed, at a certain point, as it got closer to the picks, people stopped calling.
Mm-hmm.
Because they only want to trade up for certain people. They just don't want to trade up to trade up. And if those people go, those calls stop. So we'll see if we'll see how it ends up kind of working out over the next few picks.
Dude, mock drafts can always get a trade. Why can't the NFL?
Because it takes 2 to tango. You're not going up against an AI. You're going up against a human who's got just as staunch scouting opinions as your GM does. So Miami could go just about anywhere. I'm very interested to see what Miami does. They got Caden Proctor. They got Chris Johnson. They could honestly go cornerback again. They could go safety here. AJ Halsey would be an interesting fit. Same with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Avion Terrell.
Anything Miami takes makes sense. They're in a rough spot. I wouldn't be shocked if they took Chris Bell, the wide receiver from Louisville. Tore his ACL during the season, so his rookie year's kind of kaput. They don't care about this year. You're drafting Chris Bell because you want him to be good in 27, 28, and 29. So that could be an interesting one. I don't think that they're going to do an interior offensive lineman at this point. A lot of really interesting players that are still available, though. Couple real all Forno team guys.
Yes, Doogie, let's go.
The broadcast has kind of caught up again. They just had the Christian Miller pick, and I haven't seen the Dolphins pick so far.
Look at that.
But now they're going into commercial break, so when they go out of it, they're probably like,
they'll
probably be, yeah.
So apparently Dylan Thieneman grew up a Bears fan. I learned that today.
Okay, so he has a fault. Not everybody's perfect.
Ooh, Cowboys just got Dre Greenlaw from the San Francisco 49ers.
Ooh. What did they give off?
Not sure. Pelissero just tweeted. Oh,
it's Steve Winters.
Oh, it's D. Winters. I thought it said Dre Greenlaw. My bad.
We're human. Human. Cowboys are trading for D. Winters. Per me. Rappaport.
Very curious how these. Oh, Dolphins are taking Jacob Rodriguez.
Also because I just woke up before the second round started. I didn't see the Jaden Reed extension with the Packers.
Was he extended?
Yeah, 3 years, about 50 million, with 20 guaranteed. So it's probably like 1.5 actual years. It's like one of those 5 number 2 receivers that the Packers have, without actually having a number 1.
Yeah, I think it's a fair market value, but he's always hurt.
Yeah.
It's more economical that way.
Mm-hmm. Lions traded up with the Jets. So I'm curious if maybe they're taking CJ Allen, because I know the Bucs want a linebacker bad. 49ers only got a 5th for D. Winters, by the way.
Which I think is fair.
Mm-hmm.
Not like D. Winters is anything. Oh, okay. So the Lions traded 50 and 128 for pick 44. I have to put it into the trade tool. The Lions have been trading up a lot in recent years, and after it did look like it worked in the first few years, it definitely stopped working in the last few years. Seems like there's no change of heart in this strategy.
Yeah.
Well, but they've actually had some success over the last few years.
It stopped working in the last few years. They had some success when they had like boatloads of capital and they could afford it.
Right. Now they got in a cap space problem like every team in the NFC North.
So they still have 118. They also have 157, 181, 205, 213, 222. So they do have some capital, but no third round picks. Because remember, they made that awful trade last year for Isaac Tesla.
Yeah, but Tesla is a decent player.
Yeah, but they traded 3 third round picks for him. 3. That's a hefty price. And quite frankly, Tesla only caught like what? 12 passes. It's just that 5 of them were touchdowns. He wasn't that impactful. I mean, touchdowns certainly are, but
I like those. He had those highlight real catches, but nothing like in terms of baseline production.
yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so the traditional charts are favoring the Lions in this trade. An early 6th by Jimmy Johnson, a late 7th by Rich Hill. The analytics boards are all pretty decisively favoring the Jets. It's I think an early 5th or mid 5th across the board on Stewart, over the cap, PFF, and Baldwin.
Lions selected defensive end Derek Moore.
I don't know why they had to trade up for him, but okay. Yeah. I don't think they needed to trade up for him. But in this kind of draft, you just never know. The edges are flying off the board. Honestly, edges are flying off the board so fast that this could play into the Vikings' hands of a Jonathan Grenard trade.
Mm-hmm. Possibly.
Because here are the guys that are left at edge. Zion Young, Gabe Yakus, both kind of second-round picks, but both relatively limited upside. Danny Dennis Sutton, some people have talked about like, hey, maybe you could have a like Daniil Hunter type upside because they have a similar athletic profile. But the film on Dennis Sutton isn't quite as good as you would hope it would be for a guy with his athleticism. Romello Height, he looked like he played at 220 pounds. Very little play strength, but great burst around the bend. Joshua Josephs is an intriguing guy out of Tennessee. Jayshawn Barham is going to be only for certain teams who want him as an edge rusher, like the Vikings, who really utilize that profile where you have guys rush and then also drop. So it's the edge class is drying up fast.
Yeah, I think Jayshawn Barham is like one of the guys who you hope is gonna become like what Andrew Van Ginkel is right now.
Yeah. I love the idea of Barham. He needs seasoning, but if the Vikings were to take him and let's say trade Grenard, they don't really have to worry about it. You can use him on the field in sub packages. You can get him in the weight room. You can get him a little more technical and help him out. So I would love the idea of taking him on day 2.
And Neil Warren is still there.
Mm-hmm.
And now we are kind of getting close to
Kubler saying Grenard going nowhere, which is fine.
We hope he goes nowhere. I think he's getting traded. I wouldn't do it. I've been talking about that for weeks.
I actually think that is the more picks we get in, the less likely it gets that he's getting traded, because I think the Vikings are probably going to be pretty adamant about what they want to get for him. And like the more it goes down the draft order, I think the less inclined they are to listen to those offers.
Well, theoretically, the Eagles are the ones that supposedly, have the deal in place.
And another edge rusher is going off the board. The Ravens just selected Zion Young.
And another edge rusher and another linebacker off the board. Josiah Trotter is going to be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. So the linebacker pool is drying up fast. CJ Allen still on the board. I can't believe CJ Allen's still on the board.
And more corners are dropping.
I would say, like Jermond McCoy, obviously, but for obvious reasons. Avion Terrell is definitely one of the players that, for most of the draft process, we thought he was going to go first round, but when reports of his pro day workouts dropped, it was kind of, I thought he was going to slide a little bit. I'm not sure if I thought he would slide that far, and I didn't think he should. I really like him, but and then we have D'Angelo Ponce, who, if you just look at the tape, should go way earlier, but there's the size concern, and a lot of teams are just are still operating that way. So
They're
I've
discriminating against the virtually challenged.
If there's ever going to be a class where you, as Dave said, discriminate against the vertically challenged at a position like corner, I'm going to be real. This would be the class where Pons would fall because it's so deep at corner. I think it's 15 players in my top 100 at corner. Teams will pick other guys who have size over a guy who has the tape of Pons that's smaller. It's a variable that you don't have to account for with other players. Is that fair? That's not for me to say, but it adds up.
Come on,
So
Colts.
it's the Colts, Atlanta, and then the Vikings on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
I could see the Vikings moving back if they get the calls, because there are a number of guys that they probably could target. They just announced an international game. The Ravens are going to play in Rio de Janeiro against the Cowboys.
Really, really weird ass time to announce it, but they probably announced it on stage, and obviously since we're live on YouTube, we don't have the sound on. So
yeah.
But Zion Young, obviously, to the Ravens, and then Trotter to the Bucks. I don't know what the Colts do. They need edge too. Gabe Yakis might have to be the pick just because they make sure they get an edge rusher, and then that would kind of force the hand of the Bucks because there is nobody. There's nobody left. Maybe they would be a team that tries Barham, but they're, even with the Fangio style, they still like guys who can kind of set an edge and put the hand in the dirt. So, T. Kubler, would they announce the Grenard trade right at pick 54? I don't know when they would announce it. My guess is they'll announce it as soon as the Eagles are 100% ready to pull the trigger, because my working theory is they wanted to see how the second round played out, how the edge rushers came off the board before they made a commitment. And that could be that they're trying to not trade pick 54 and instead trade pick 68. It could be a lot of different things.
Which makes sense.
Colts are taking their time, seemingly. I mean, they might be in talks, obviously, especially since there is an edge run right now. There could obviously.
This edge run is not good for a lot of people. It's very good for the Vikings if they end up trading Jonathan Grenard. Not to replace him, but just to get capital. Because if the contention is pick 54 versus pick 68, all these edges going off the board, and Vikings be like, no, you're going to give us the capital we want or you're screwed. It's playing right into the Vikings' hands because there's nobody there. It's Gabe Yakis, and that's pretty much it until, like, in my opinion,
Gabe Yakis, then Romella Height, and Dennis Sutton.
Yeah, but like I said, after Yakis, it's like late round 3 kind of guys.
Right.
So that's a significant theoretical talent gap. And they might not be willing to wait that long, or overdraft one of those players.
True.
Reef just 5 minutes ago posted a screenshot of the best available players of his consensus board. You have Jamont McCoy obviously at 14, Avion Terrell at 21, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at 24, CJ Allen 35, D'Angelo Ponce 40, Emmanuel Pragnon, guard from Oregon at 41, Brandon Cisse, another cornerback at 44, Lee Hunter 45, who probably is off the board for the Vikings because of the Caleb Banks pick, although not necessarily because Lee Hunter
Banks is going to play D end, and Hunter would be a nose.
Still not sure if they want to have their first 2 picks on the defensive line, but not completely off the board. And then you have guys like Anthony Hill, Gabe Jackas, Jeremy Grenard, and Jake Goley, who we know. I think that was one of the best fits that Locked On Vikings had.
The Steelers traded with the Colts.
Yeah, I was expecting that there was a trade.
53, 135, and 237 for 47 and 249. Value-wise, that I think that's on par or slightly less than what the Lions gave up to go from 50 to 44.
Let's see.
Because dropping 12 picks in round 7 is negligible. Like on the Rich Hill trade chart, it's going from 2 points to 1 point. And it looks like it's my guy, Jeremy Bernard, to the Steelers at 47, which I think that's a phenomenal fit. Okay.
Why do you say that?
It looks like it's an early 6 on the Jimmy Johnson, late 7 on the Rich Hill. And those are wins, by the way, for the Steelers moving up. And for the Colts, mid 5, early 5 or late 5 across the board, their wins on the player value charts. So not too shabby. It's negligible difference. You get your guy.
Why did you say Jeremy's a good fit?
Oh, he's with how Mike McCarthy likes to run that offense. He's going to be your get open in intermediate and short spaces guy. I would have loved him in Minnesota. I wrote about him. I thought he was fantastic. A very well-rounded player who knows how to get open. He's great with the ball in his hands. Over 40% of his yards were after the catch. Just a well-rounded weapon. He's not like an elite twitchy guy, but he's a very savvy, nuanced route runner. Plenty athletic enough. I thought the Vikings should have been in on him, but I mean they didn't really get a chance. So we'll see. I can't believe Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is here in round 2. So is Avion Terrell. Jermon McCoy I get because of the injuries. The other two I really don't understand from a talent perspective. But the Vikings I don't know if the Falcons have turned in their pick yet. I haven't seen it tipped.
I don't think so.
But I wonder how interested the Vikings are in Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, because I genuinely don't know how much they do or don't like him. I haven't heard anything about McNeil-Warren throughout the entire process. But all the people that wanted a safety in round 1, and we didn't get Dylan Thieneman when we took Caleb Banks, and then you come back and take McNeil-Warren, who's projected to go around 18th overall. A lot of people will be happy, or they'll kind of use it to justify, we took the injured guy round 1, but we got the guy we should have taken round 1, so you flip him and we're fine. You can kind of use that to like justify. I would like Jake Golday. I would hate Brandon Cisse. I don't like him much as a player at all. I think he's kind of weak, and I don't think he knows how to use his athleticism at all. Golday would be awesome. Former edge rusher, turned off ball linebacker who played overhang. That's kind of versatile weapon. Think of if Eric Wilson could set the edge. That's Jake Golday. That would be fun. Avion Terrell, obviously, my cornerback one. A lot of interesting options for the Vikings, and quite frankly, the board is setting up to where they can make a trade if they want to.
Yeah.
We'll see if anybody wants to, though. That's the thing.
The Falcons have picked, but I haven't seen it tipped so far. Oh, the Falcons select Avion Terrell. So he's gonna get united with his brother.
That's funny.
Yeah, we should have seen that coming. I've actually
Vikings are
seen
on the
it.
clock. All right. If we're looking at the board,
Yeah, I mean, McNeil Warren is probably the guy that most people would expect here, because they just didn't expect him to be available, and I frankly didn't expect him to be available. I'm not sure if he's watching right now, because in our in a German Vikings group chat we had that conversation that one guy was saying that he definitely wants McNeil Warren now, and I was like, he's not going to be available at 49, and here we are, and I'm looking stupid. Not sure if he's watching. I know he's up. I know he's watching the draft. I'm not sure if he's watching us right now. The link has been in that group chat, so we might have some people from there.
Well, on your big board, Tyler, you have C.J. Allen as the top ranked player available. Then
no, McCoy's above him.
Okay, McCoy, and then Emmanuel.
I mean, at this point, Jamon McCoy is probably going to be at the top of everybody's board right now, and we all know that he would be long gone if there wasn't the injury concern.
Right, but it's the bone plug thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely it. Like, if he was going to be available for this season, I think he would have been gone.
I think your German buddies in the chat. Jenks? 7533?
Yeah, probably.
He yells, free lick.
I really don't know what the Vikings will do. There's a lot of directions they could theoretically go. Safety, I think, would make the most sense, but
I actually, the way this board has fallen, I hope they trade down, because they can afford it.
It all depends on if somebody wants to trade up, and that's a tough call. Yeah. And because Kevin O'Connell said last night that I confirmed, nobody wanted to trade up after a certain point, and that's why the phone calls stopped coming.
Yeah. That's all somebody wants right now. Because the Vikings are in a really good spot for that. It's just a matter of if somebody, maybe a team that still wants one of those edge rushers, wants to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Vikings traded. I don't know with who yet, but I'll find out here momentarily. Panthers moved up, so it's just 2
spots.
spots, which that'll probably get a 5th.
Yeah.
I wonder what the Panthers are coming up here for. And why they wanted to jump the Jets. Because the Jets are now
think this could be McNeil Warren because as we discussed yesterday, we thought that for Thieneman, the Panthers would be the floor, which obviously didn't happen. But the Panthers definitely have a safety need. So there's a chance that they want him right now. And if the Vikings are like, okay, we would probably take him, but we have like 3 other guys that we would like almost as much, I could see that.
Vikings Twitter account is so funny. First trade of the weekend, eyeball emoji. Okay. 51 and 159 for 49 and 196. So basically they jumped up 40 spots on day 3. Not bad.
Yeah. I would have liked to get an additional pick, but yeah, that's good value.
What was that trade again?
51 and 156 to the Vikings. Sorry. Yeah, to the Vikings for 49 and 196. So to move down 2 spots here, they move up 40 spots on day 3.
Gotcha.
It's Lee Hunter, apparently, for which is interesting with Derek Brown already there.
And I'm also not sure who they jumped in this case because
it would be the Jets to stop the Jets.
Yeah, but the Jets are pretty set at nose tackle.
Are they? Who's their nose? Like Harrison Phillips has 1 more year on his deal.
Yeah, but didn't they trade for the
Tavondre Sweat?
Guy? Yeah,
I forgot about that. Yeah,
they're the Jets.
So I'm not sure who the Panthers thought they jumped here because I don't, unless they had like intel that somebody wanted to trade up with the Vikings, or maybe the Vikings just fed this information to the Panthers. I don't know. But the Jets don't really seem like a likely team to jump here. So they probably expected somebody to go up for him, and they wanted to make sure that they were going to get him.
Yeah. And now the Jets are on the board with a linebacker need that hasn't been filled, a cornerback need that hasn't been filled. It'd be interesting if the Jets were the ones to take Jermod McCoy.
Yeah, but they're probably one of those teams who could afford it because they're probably not going to be good next season, and that's probably also not the expectation. So you could say that you just take a guy who you think is a top 5 talent, and since you probably already punted on next season, you're going to build on that. You won't be mad that he might miss next season. So I think that would be a spot that would make sense. I mean, Lee Hunter is actually a funny example of how the draft process might work out because long time he was seen as like a guy from mid round 2 where he was selected right now. Then he had this awesome showing at the Senior Bowl and shot up into the first round on almost everybody's mock drafts. And then he bombed the combine and was back just where he started the process.
Brian's asking quarterback.
No.
Hopefully not.
It would be hilarious if Garrett Nussmeier went here. Hilarious. Because Garrett Nussmeier, I don't think is that good.
Cole Payton.
I like Cole Payton, but way too high.
They haven't picked yet, so maybe they are also trying to trade. Broadcast caught up is in commercial break right now, but since the Jets haven't submitted the pick, they are not falling behind, at least at this moment.
We can almost guarantee that they'll go to commercial break when the Vikings are picking. That's tradition. COD expert says Beck would be the most Jets pick ever.
And they have picked. I'm not sure who it is yet, but they have picked. So the Vikings are on the clock again.
The Jets took D'Angelo Ponds.
Ooh. Damn it.
You know what? If there's anybody who's going to be able to work with an undersized corner, it's Aaron Glenn. So that's a good fit.
Yeah.
Now the Vikings are back on the clock.
Well, maybe he can get in the interception.
I hope the Vikings.
Australian Soldier, the trade was 49 and 159 to the Vikings for 51 and 159 to the Vikings for 49 and 196. So they dropped down almost 40 spots on day 3. Come up almost 40 spots on day 3. I'm getting my brain all kinds of jumbled together.
Yes, Doug. It's going to be interesting. I almost want to do the Jeopardy theme song. Ding, 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 ding. Doug says, go back 2 more.
Depends who wants to come up.
Uh-huh.
We're also getting close to the Eagles pick. So if a Grenard trade is going to happen, especially if it's going to happen with the Eagles, we should know pretty soon. And I also think the Vikings would like to know before they pick right now, because that might change some things about the way they are seeing their pick right now.
Freddie, what do you mean? What if we time out?
He's making a joke.
Oh, okay.
Because we did it in 2003.
We weren't the only one.
No, we were the only ones in 2003.
In 2003, but there was a team that did it a couple of years later.
Yeah, I think it was 2014 with the Ravens. Nobody jumped him, though. The time just expired.
I was thinking something like 2007, and there was a team that got jumped as well. Ponds just went, yes. Antonio says Emmanuel McNeil-Warren or D'Angelo Ponds, and Ponds went.
Yeah,
so.
Ponds just went. So haven't seen anything about the Vikings pick so far. So they are definitely taking their time again. So which
I think they have 8 minutes tonight too.
7.
Yeah,
7.
So they might still be satisfied with the board, and maybe even still satisfied if they trade down a few more spots. Just don't know if they have any takers right now.
Freddie says Tyler gets it. Well, I don't, Freddie.
So apparently, and I said it just a couple minutes ago, where if anybody can get the most out of D'Angelo Ponce, it's Aaron Glenn. Daniel Jeremiah comped D'Angelo Ponce to Aaron Glenn. Tremendous bit. Oh,
The Vikings picked.
all right. Well, let's see who it is.
Haven't seen the pick yet, but they have picked.
Well, I'm about to say, you're leaving me in suspense.
My guess is they'll go receiver here. If they go CJ Allen, I might cry because that's my guy.
Australian. Scolger once. McNeil Warren.
Tipped yet.
I have heard zero steam on McNeil Warren for the Vikings the entire process.
I thought he was here for top 30.
No. The only first round projection that was in Minnesota for a top 30 that we knew of was Sadiq. And then we found out later Banks was here too. McNeil Warren was not.
At least not reported because we didn't have any
Oh,
reports.
hell yeah. Jake Golday, baby. That is a great fit. Oh,
Luke's gonna have fun with that one.
Oh, this is a great fit. So Jake Golday, 6'4", 240. Think of Eric Wilson on steroids. He can set the edge. He understands how to play in coverage. Great with drop zones. He needs to learn a little bit more about how to play traditional linebacker because he has not been a traditional linebacker. But damn, this is a great player who can do a lot of different things on the second level. And now you have Blake Cashman insurance per se. Look, how Brian Flores likes to attack in a linear path, blitzing, having linebackers set the edge. This is awesome. CJ Allen ranked significantly higher on my board, but from a fit perspective, I really like what Jake Golday brings to the table. This is a home run. I love it. This rocks.
Okay.
It's definitely a better one than yesterday.
Now, do you prefer Golday over Allen?
No, but I'm okay with Golday here. I think the fit's tremendous. And we keep talking about versatility. He's a former edge rusher turned linebacker that played overhang. You're not getting a player who could do more at that linebacker position at this point. This is a great pick. He was also a top 30 visit. So now we're 2 for 2. I kept saying we don't know how these top 30 visits are going to end up manifesting, how it's going to impact the draft. Well, we're 2 for 2 now. So we're starting to see a real trend, but this is the kind of guy who's going to whip ass for Brian Flores. I love it. I would have preferred CJ Allen, but I wonder how much the meniscus the Vikings had an issue with. You never know. But
true.
I will I'm going to have to pop off here. I have to take care of a couple things, but I'll be back here in about 10, 15 minutes.
Cool. All right.
I've not gone over the trade value so far of the Vikings trade.
I can tell you I didn't.
The traditional charts favor the Panthers slightly. Late 6th or late 7th. Late 6th on Jimmy Johnson, late 7th on the Rich Hill charts. So, and the analytics charts have mid 6th for Stewart, late 7th on over the cap, late 7th on PFF, and a late sixth on Baldwin, so in favor of the Vikings. So it's pretty much even.
Anthony, I was thinking the same thing.
And the Packers just selected Brandon Cisse. So they went cornerback,
Okay.
and McNeil Warren is still sitting out there for some reason. Tyler is probably happy with the Packers pick because he didn't really like Brandon Cisse, and I didn't either. Wasn't high on him, so Packers can have him.
I just want them to take punters or something.
Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. Packers usually draft way off consensus, although this one is actually, I would say, on par with consensus. I think most people expected Cisse to go right uh, in the middle of the second round, but yeah,
Tyler had him in the third, top of the third.
that's fair. I think I'm probably would have him like early third or late second. So not a big reach, but didn't really like him that much. So I think we could be happy with that one.
Biggs
mean,
likes the Goldie pick.
With CJ Allen and McNeil Warren, it has to be like something like, at least with CJ Allen, it has to be medical at this point, probably. With McNeil Warren, it can be the small school stuff that he was from Toledo.
Antonio, that's a good whiskey. Or they have a variety of them that are good.
Yeah.
Hey, it's the Cheeseheads.
Doesn't really look happy, man. Okay. Guess I have to refrain that.
Kids like, I'm going to Wisconsin, going to Green Bay. Look at that expression on the face. Oh, I think that's funny.
And now
we all love picking on Green Bay.
We have the Colts on the board for the next pick, and then there's the Eagles. And I think if the Eagles are the team that trades for Jonathan Grenard, and if it actually happens,
that's when.
Yeah, because I don't think the Vikings are giving him up for anything less than a second round pick. I just don't think that they would do that at this point. Like, at least I hope it's not the case. I would have way more faith in it if they actually had a real GM, but yeah.
All right, the Colts pick is in.
I haven't seen it tipped yet, but
I'm just watching on CBS Sports Tracker. They say the pick's in. I'm not seeing Draft Diamonds is not ahead of the swing tonight.
At least not right now, yeah.
Which is odd.
Maybe they finally found out who the guy is and took his phone.
Stopped him, possibly. Big says Cashman's done after this season. That's why getting Goldie was a good pick.
Not necessarily. I think he fits more into the Eric Wilson role. So I'm not sure if that's
True.
like Cashman being done. I don't know. Like there's obviously a good case for them to go a bit younger and probably a bit healthier because he had some
Eagles pick is in.
injuries.
Why do we
Yeah,
have the
I
Eagles
guess
pick in before the Colts?
I don't think they did, but it was tipped. At least that one was tipped, and the Colts selected CJ Allen. So he finally comes off the board. The Eagles selected Eli Stowers, the tight end. So they now have their replacement plan for Dallas Goedert. And that, in my opinion, should do it with the Jonathan Grenard thing, because unless it's another team that wants to trade for him right now, I don't think it's gonna happen. At least at
Yeah,
this point.
they're not going to give up the third round.
I
I
hope.
would hope.
I hope not. I hope not. Like I think I was a bit more sympathetic towards a Grenard trade than other people were, just because I also want to see Dallas Turner in a starting role. But you still got to get uh, appropriate value for that, and I think that's basically gone right now.
Well, the Eagles
Unless
have
unless
the
it's like
68th
a
pick.
2027 first, and I don't think that anybody's doing that right now.
No, I have yet to see one for 2027. You are correct. Ooh, there's an old style war room. Magnets and whiteboards.
The Eagles pick came quickly,
Mm-hmm.
so it doesn't seem like they were anywhere close to trading for Grenard with that pick. And the Patriots traded up. They got Gabe Jacobs, so they got an edge rusher. And the potential landing spots for Grenard are very, very few at this point.
Yep. I agree. Mm-hmm. So, unless they do it at the top of the third, which I think would be not enough value unless they throw in like a 2027 pick. I think Grenard's going to be with us, which is good.
It would definitely have to include some additional value if it's that early third round pick, whether it's another day 3 pick or a day 2 pick next year, or if it's like a player, or I don't know. There has to be something.
Antonio wants to hire you for a voiceover on his next film.
The Patriots sent 2 picks to move from 63 to 55. It's 131 and 202. So it should be probably is a big win for the Chargers on the analytics boards. Have
Uh-huh.
to think that with 2 picks gained.
Well, they sent the 63rd for the Chargers 55th. There's 8 spots.
Yeah.
And the 131st and the 202nd. And their picks in, just waiting on it to be tipped.
The Patriots pick was tipped. It's Jacobs.
Yeah. Gabe Yakus. Mm-hmm. Edge. Going off the board, Philadelphia.
It's very apparent that no team so far has traded a 2027 pick. Like at this point, you would expect that at least one trade would involve that, but doesn't seem
Everybody's
like many picks, many teams are willing to part way with those. So that's definitely notable. So I've got the Chargers trade. It's an advantage for New England only on the Jimmy Johnson trade chart, which, in my opinion, is the most outdated one. It's an advantage by like an early sixth. Um, it's a late sixth, early seventh advantage on Rich Hill for the Chargers, who traded down, and as I expected, a pretty decisive advantage for the Chargers on the analytics charts, which have a late four advantage on the Stewart chart, early four, late three advantage on the over the cap, early four on PFF, and early five on Baldwin. So that's a pretty significant advantage on the analytics charts. I would have been stoked if the Vikings would have gotten a return like that for their pick, but obviously they just dropped down a couple of spots. And if you just drop down like 2 spots, you usually don't. Trades usually are more even because you don't really get much for that.
Mm-hmm. Freddie asked, well,
But yeah,
how would we grade the Jake Golday selection?
I think it's pretty good. I like it. I think he is definitely one of those guys that Brian Flores probably pounded the table for. And I think with this draft process where they have the interim GM who probably doesn't have
trade
that.
Vikings are sending former Pro Bowl linebacker Jonathan Grenard to the Philadelphia Eagles for a 3rd round pick tonight, number 98, and a 3rd round pick next year, per me, Adam Schefter and Rappaport. Grenard and the Eagles reached a 4-year, $100 million agreement. Extension that includes $50 million guaranteed per his agent Drew Rosenhaus. Jonathan Grenard has been traded.
So this is the first instance of a 2027 draft pick being traded today.
So we got for 2/3 basically.
Yep, that's it. Again, I was probably more sympathetic to the idea than most people were, but man, I would have hoped for a little bit more. That's not what I hoped for.
in exchange for the 3rd round pick tonight, number 98. So that's at the bottom of the 3rd round.
If this was the early one, I probably would have been a bit more satisfied, but yeah. Okay, I guess.
That's a comp pick, no less.
It's right behind the pick that the Vikings own.
Yeah.
It's right behind the Sam Darnold comp pick, so. Okay. Yeah. I get the idea of trading him, and I did call it like mid-season last year when Dallas Turner started to go off. So I'm not too surprised that it did happen, but I would have hoped for more.
Well, hopefully they specify language in that 3rd of next year to be the Eagles' highest 3rd.
I just had to laugh because we have a guy in our German group chat who's always like very loud with his opinions, which can be fun, and pretty
a German
pretty
loud
extreme.
no.
He's like he just wrote Brzezinski Teeren und Federn, so it's just feather and tar. It's like that. Not happy.
Jacksonville selected Nate Boer kicker.
Oh, that what? That's early. He's a blocking tight end, and I liked him a lot for day 3, but like for the 5th round. But that's probably the biggest consensus spot reach that we have seen.
Tyler graded him a UDFA.
He's probably at, I would say, like the 160s on the concept. That's, again, I like him, and tight ends are kind of weird in the draft process because a lot of times you see guys who have traits where you think they have like all it takes to develop into productive receivers, and they just haven't been used in college. Like that's how George Kittle fell into the 5th round. So you have that at times, and he definitely is a good blocker. He was one of my favorite targets. Like on day 3, I liked him a lot. I'm not sure why Tyler had him as a UDFA. Might be able to ask him once he comes back.
I agree. Tyler needs to come back.
But that's high.
And Chuck's right.
Touched him in the 2nd round.
Grenard wasn't going to play without an extension. Something had to give. So we get. Well, have you figured it out? Is it? And Chuck says Diggs the same shit. Yes. Have you figured out the trade value for the Grenard trade? 98
can't really.
And 3rd pick next year.
Can't really put it into this tool because the tool doesn't do player trades.
Okay.
So it does. It depends on how much you discount future picks.
Okay.
So if you were high on adding 2027 draft capital, which obviously most GMs apparently are because nobody is trading them, you probably don't have a high discount on that right now. So that might be the reason why the Vikings were willing to do that, especially since they, like all off season, they just cleared capital for 2027. So it seems like their plan is to set up their new GM with as much of a blank slate as they can with as many resources as they can, which I'm okay with that strategy, because I think one of the big reasons that Kwesi kind of struggled was because he had to play catch up. Like, as soon as he entered the Vikings, he couldn't really do his stuff because the Vikings just didn't have those resources. And then the first draft bombed, and it was downhill from there. And I would still be interested how the Kwesi hire would have gone they if they would have if they would have had some resources at the start of his tenure, and if he wasn't forced to play catch up. Wait, the Vikings gave up one of their 7th round picks, so they didn't even gain a pick this year. They gave up 244, which is like one of the lowest picks. I'm not gonna be too harsh on that one, but yeah, that's apparently part of the deal.
So a third this year. There we go. He's got it on the board.
Third this year, third next year, and for Grenard, and a 7th, like the latest 7th of
Right, 244.
that the Vikings own. They had 3, now they have 2.
And then the Eagles get to pay him.
Yeah, but that
Bears
contract is
select
perfectly
Logan
reasonable.
Jones.
Oh, that's early. He's like, but I get the fit. He was like a more extreme version of Garrett Bradbury, and the Bears do have Garrett Bradbury as their starting
I
center
was
right
about
now.
to say.
So it's gonna be fun competition. And Drew Dalman was also a similar kind of center, so makes sense. But I do think it's early for him. And I didn't think he would be the first center off the ball.
All right, we got too much dead silence here.
Yeah, I think I'm surprised that the Vikings didn't really think about an edge player at 51 when they knew that they were about to trade Jonathan Grenard. I don't know. I'm as much as I try to like the idea of setting up the new GM with good resources, and that's definitely one thing that I wanted, but not like that.
Brian asked a great question. How much cap space does that open up for us?
This year is
90 million.
12.55 million, and next year it's 22.3 million. So a lot.
Okay, so 12.5 million, and that's before June 1st.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're going to take 9.9 million dead this year, but none dead next year.
Okay.
So he's off the books next year, all 22.3 million off the books next year. And that also saves cash, which is good for ownership. It also can open up more opportunities for the Vikings elsewhere. I'm intrigued to see what kind of contract he gets from the Eagles.
It's already out there. It's 4 years, 100 million.
50 million guaranteed.
Oh, it is out there? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
At least the basics, those.
Which is like a very reasonable asking price that I definitely would have matched if I was the Vikings.
Now, what do you think?
25 million a year for Grenard. God, that's so easy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Stupid
And the Browns just selected Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, so he's finally off the board. Yeah, I don't like how 2026 shapes up right now for the Vikings.
Well, the Vikings now have an extra pick tonight, 98th overall. And I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, but they gave up a 7th.
Yeah, that's who cares.
Wow.
244 is, well, I mean, 244 is not nothing, but it's also nothing.
Yeah, but it's a pick. A pick's a pick.
Dave, who cares? You got 98.
Picks.
You got 98.
No, I agree. 98 is better than 200 and whatever. But
look, you gave up 244, but it's like the 14th to last pick in the draft, which is basically a UDFA. So now you have an extra pick, but if you're the Vikings and you want a center, if you want
an extra
a center,
top 100 pick.
No, that's not my point, Dave. You might be fucked because Logan Jones just went. Not because the Vikings wanted Logan Jones or I wanted Logan Jones. Now the center run starts. So where are the centers going to go? How are the centers going to come off the board? Because once one goes,
next year.
Once one goes, then the rest will start.
They're all going to go. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And that's the worry here. If you want a center, personally, I don't care. I think Brandel's fine. I don't think you have to force it. Just take a guy, only love him. I don't think you have to force it as a need.
Now, yeah, but do you have any idea what next year's center class looks like? Is forecast to look like?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay.
The Titans just selected Anthony Hill after the Texans selected Marlon Klein. Titans are going earlier than expected right now. I absolutely didn't expect Burkegner.
Yeah,
that's
a little crazy.
I was going to look it up. It didn't because of the Grenard news. Where he was at the consensus spot, it has to be like 160s, 170s at best.
He was in the 160s.
Yes, Antonio. 7th rounder is a special team start through. Absolutely. And I'm not saying getting a top 100 pick and giving up the 7th fine. But it's not an added pick. Because they're one for one.
You got to let me finish what I'm saying first, Dave. Because like you're adding. All I said was you're adding a top 100 pick, which is physically and literally true. They added a top 100 pick.
I thought you added a pick.
No,
the only one you added to was next year. And hopefully, like I said, they write it to where it's the top pick of the Eagles in the 3rd round, not a
it would
special.
That would be something that the whatchamacallits would the Eagles would have written in there too.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah,
Ryan says with 12.5 post June money.
No, nope. That's right now.
Like right now. Yeah.
That so one of the common misconceptions here is with whatchamacallit with like trades, you can't post June 1st a trade. You can post June 1st a cut. You can't with a trade.
What position did Klein play?
tight end. Did Marlon Klein go?
Yeah, Texans.
That's why I said that the Titans are going early. Like when Nate Burkhardt went to the Jaguars, and now Marlon Klein went to I think it was the Titans?
Yeah, Titans.
No, it was the Texans.
Okay.
The Titans took Anthony Hill.
Right. You didn't grade Klein, did you?
Hill's okay, I guess. Klein, no, but I watched enough of him to know that he stinks.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to step out for a minute or 5 or so. I'll be back.
I'm very confused then on this. I'm inputting picks on the on my draft. Whatchamacallits, the A to Z Sports Simulator, and there isn't the right picks in, but that'll be fixed tomorrow. So. $58. Yeah, Emmanuel McNeil Warren going at 58 is a great value. Holy shnikes. This has just been a fascinating draft. What was the reaction from you, Jonas, about the trade, the Grenard trade?
I think I was more sympathetic to the idea of trading him than a lot of people were, and I actually called it as a possibility in a German podcast, like mid-season when Dallas Turner started to have good games, that they might think about that. So I wasn't surprised when those rumors started, but that's not the price I wanted. My thought process was like what many people reported, that they weren't keen on doing it. They would probably do it for the right price, but they weren't willing to actually force that. And the fact that they forced it for a return that was pretty underwhelming that's just bad. Like the idea wasn't of trading him wasn't as bad as people thought, in my opinion, but the price is bad. The price is really bad.
Yeah, I don't love it. But you know what? At least one of the thirds comes next year, which I'll be fine with. Like
that's probably the thing that the Vikings are looking at right now, because I mentioned why you were gone, that it's very notable right now that not just no first round pick, but not a single pick from next year had been traded so far in this draft, which, like, at this point, you usually expect that at least some trades would have included future picks, which to me is very obvious signal that the discount that people usually want to take for those future picks just isn't there this year. Teams obviously still value those 2027 picks pretty highly, and therefore they're holding on to them. So the fact that this was the first pick, the first trade this year in this draft that included a future pick, that's probably one of the reasons why the Vikings like that return, but I don't. I still don't.
I don't either. And that contract price, 4 for 100. I said give him a 2-year, $68 million extension, which with the compensation he was set to get was $38 million. It would have put him at $26.5 million, which was Nick Bonito money. And that money would have been 13th, tied for 13th in the league. That's plenty fine for a player of Grenard's.
And the next tight end goes.
Is it Max Clare?
Yep. To the Rams.
At this point, the Vikings should just punt tight end. There's no point. That, like, you look at the board, there unless Oscar Delp, Sam Roush has so short arms to where it's like, maybe. But after that, it's Michael Trigg, who's got off the field issues like crazy. Justin Jolly's okay. Like, are we sure that there's anybody worth keeping? Like, adding? I'm not 100% sold on that. Like, it might just be a situation where you punt it.
Yeah, it might take a late round flyer. One of the guys that I really like, who probably could play fullback at the next level on day 3, is like Riley Nowakowski, but that's a late day 3 guy. Although at the rate that the Titans go, he might go like 3rd round. And the Bills traded.
The Broncos still have not picked.
And not signed an outside free agent.
The Titans only gave up 144 to go up to 60. That's nothing. And then they took Anthony Hill.
Yeah.
And then the Rams took what? Max Clare?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's it.
If Clare were to come out after his 2024 season at Purdue, he probably goes top 50. So
the Bills traded 66 and 182 for 62. So I would say relatively cheap, but it's just 4 spots. It's like very small trades right now. There are no big swings, but that's like part of this draft class is because it's so flat. The talent level is so flat right now that teams don't really want to move up that far.
Oh, okay. This is I can't share it, but I just got some interesting Grenard info, and it's
thing is, I'm looking at most of the positions that the Vikings need, and I'm not sure if there's much left for most of those. Like center is one of them. I'm not sure about the late day to safeties. So yeah, not great. And the free agent market is basically nothing. So even now that they have those 12 million at their disposal, there's not much they can do with it.
yeah.
Like this is, I think at this point we have to admit that they basically just punted on 2026. It's just a season to evaluate certain players, but they do not care about the outcome of this season. It just looks like they dumped all they could to give the new GM basically a blank slate, a blank slate to just do whatever he wants. And I'm cool with giving him a certain amount of resources. I wouldn't have liked an all-in off-season right now. I don't think that would have been good process, but completely punting on 2026, I don't get it, to be honest. Especially since there are so many players that you have to evaluate, and it's gonna be tough to do that if you just leave the roster in such a depleted state as it is right now on so many spots.
Yeah, I do think that this is a good year. Hold on, I think Odie's chewing something. I don't like this.
Okay, so looks like we're getting to the end of the second round. The Bills just selected Davison I'm not sure how he is pronounced. Corner from Ohio State. And since seemingly everybody stepped out of here right now, just trying to fill the space right now. So Chargers and Seahawks still up in the second round. Chargers, for now, they had Akeem Massador. They had this really good trade with the Patriots that definitely worked in favor of the Chargers. They received 2 additional picks, which, like on those analytics charts, this Chargers down trade gave them almost a late day 3 pick as surplus value. So that one was really good.
Odie bit me, so that's fun.
Oh.
Little butthead. He was chewing on a piece of plastic. It was trying to get out of his mouth, and then I don't think it was intentional, but it was his molars that bit down on my finger.
Nice.
Yeah, so it hurts, but
you'll live.
I'll survive. Yeah.
I'm back. And I want to thank Biggs for the super chat. Australian Sculpture says, Jonas, where were you born in Germany? He was born
in the western part. It was the city is Essen. So it's in the western part of Germany. It's one of the most densely populated areas in Germany. So, yeah. Jamet McCoy is still on the board.
And we were asked, why is he dropping?
Yeah, because of his knee, obviously. Mm-hmm. That report did.
That was the super chat by Biggs.
Yeah. What was the super chat by Biggs?
Why is McCoy falling?
Oh, it's 100% the knee. Only the knee. Because that's a top 10 player.
Mm-hmm. And Daniel pointed out that the $12.5 million that we save on Grenard instantly pays the draft class.
Oh, and you just meant to start going, and we just saw that.
Yep, Chargers pick Slaughter.
Yeah.
Hey, congrats to AJ Schulte for being drafted into the NFL. If anybody doesn't remember AJ, who's been on this show multiple times, he looks exactly like Jake Slaughter. It's uncanny. Oh, I can't believe Odie bit me, that little butthead.
I'm sure it wasn't intentional.
Oh, it wasn't, but it still hurts. No blood, though, so there's that. Jake Slaughter, 2nd-round pick. Or is it 3rd-round pick?
Second.
Oh, it's second.
Hell yeah.
Into the
Second to last.
Let's go.
Okay, I'm really surprised with some of the reporting. Albert Breer just called the Grenard trade a good haul for the Vikings, which I just don't see.
So I wonder if he's coming from the angle of it's a good haul considering the situation versus it just being a good haul in general. Because situationally, I can see that.
No, to be honest, no. Just I don't.
I mean,
see
if they were dead
way.
set on trading him and it was just going to happen and they just got the best that they could, like I can see Breer saying that, but just like we've talked about ad nauseum, just don't trade him. They shouldn't have traded him. They should have kept him. They should have given him the 4-year, $100 million deal. But alas.
Yeah, but we got Dallas Turner.
Who cares? You need 3.
I agree. We need 3.
And the
better
Vikings
than 2.
just have no depth at all behind AVG and Turner. Like, nothing.
Not of significance, no. Come on, Sea Chickens. Make a pick so we can go to the 3rd round.
They did. Just don't know who.
Bud Clark's safety.
Oh, that's early.
He's a ball hawk. Bud Clark. I like the Bud Clark fit in the Seattle defense. So that's not too bad. Like he's got like tape where it's like, holy crap, he's got great ball skills, and then he'll goof up and it looks like the worst play you've ever seen. So he needs to be a little more consistent, but Nick Amenwari and Bud Clark in that secondary sounds pretty fun.
Australian Vike says he's still crying about losing Slaughter. It would have been interesting to have 2 Gators on the team.
Banks whipped Slaughter's butt in the Senior Bowl.
All right. As we get ready to move to round 3, your Minnesota Vikings have 3 selections in round 3.
Yeah, they do.
Pick 82nd overall, and then 97 and 98.
The funny thing about this Seahawks pick right now is that one of the most common mock picks at 64 was probably Jadarian Price, and he just went to them 1 round earlier.
I sent Price to the Seahawks multiple times in mock drafts at 32 because I thought 64 is too late. And hey, what do you know? It happened.
Antonio asks, do we still need money to pay O'Neal?
We never.
You just muted yourself.
You didn't need money to pay O'Neal. You never did. All you need to do is extend him, and you can immediately like cut his cap hit by almost $15 million. So they can extend him whenever. That was probably an after the draft decision anyways.
Now, Big says Peter Brailsford is still there, but Brailsford reminds me of Bradbury.
Brailsford is a really good technician. He's undersized. He's not a hyper athlete, but he gets the job done. He's got a lot of experience. So that's like, if you take him round 4, round 5, I think that's a fine shot, but I wouldn't take him earlier than that.
Oh, I think I'd rather take Lou at this point. Freddie asks, what grade would you give Jake Golday pick?
Well, if I can get Odie to stop borking, I gave it a B+. I really like it. I think the fit's great, and you improved 37 spots to basically and save a smidge of cap space to select a guy you were going to take anyways. That's a big win. CJ Allen was a better overall player on my board, and I thought he would have fit great. But I think Golday is arguably a better fit because of his size, the ability to set the edge, and all those things. So I really like the pick.
And they bring out the military to celebrate our 250th. Good for the NFL.
It's so funny that the Cardinals just that they just showed on the screen that Jacoby Brissett is 1-11 as a starter. And yes, the Cardinals stunk, but that you have this resume, 1-11 as a starter, and you're just holding out for starting money.
The Army soldier is in his dress blues instead of pinks and greens. Doc asks, is that Odie wanting another bite? And you're on mute again.
Well, that's why I'm muted, because he's borking like crazy. He's being an Odie. Yeah, he's just being a little turkey butt. What can you do? He's an Odie. That's what he does.
Third round has started. Arizona's pick is in.
And the Cardinals just selected Carson Beck.
Third round Carson Beck. Way too early.
That's a way to start this round.
And Odie agrees.
Well, they need a quarterback since their quarterback is holding out.
All right, so updated picks. Vikings are now at 10 picks. They have overall 3 picks left on the day, 82, 97, and 98. Tomorrow, they have 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 7th, 159, 163, and 234 and 235. Would not be shocked if either 97 or 98 is a trade back into round 4 so they can recoup another pick on day 3.
Yeah. Like, keep the top 100. Screw day 3. But that's just me. Now, Antonio asks you, Tyler, are you comfortable with Gennings Dunker playing center?
I don't want Jennings Dunker anywhere near this football team. He can't move.
Okay.
He literally cannot move playing offensive line. I don't want that on my football team. Like, no offense to Dunker. I hope he has a good career, but I don't think he's a fit for the Vikings. I think it would be a terrible pick. Like, you have to have movement skills to do a lot of the wide zone stuff that Frank Smith's going to bring in here. He can't do that. So I don't want to have him on the football team.
Broncos select Tyler Oniedem. I'm sure I mispronounced that.
So the Broncos just made their second off-season acquisition after Jalen Waddle. They haven't signed an external free agent, and they haven't picked somebody so far, at least until now.
Big says Thor must be crying.
I don't know. I guess Thor likes Big Citrus a lot, I'm guessing. I wouldn't know. Like, Big Citrus, he was a 3rd or 4th round pick. Like, decent player, but pretty limited. Nose tackle. Nose tackles often don't go high. All right.
And we're sitting here waiting on Vegas to pick.
All right, let's see where things are right now. I still can't believe Carson Beck, who was not in my top 100 on the A to Z Sports consensus board, was 144th in quarterback 6, and I still think that's too high. Just no arm strength, none.
Big ask. If McCoy falls to 82, I say swing for the fences again.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be honest. He must be real bad for McCoy to still be on the board, because it's a top 10 player.
Mm-hmm. Showdown says, Brian Parker going to make it to us?
I don't know if the Vikings will be interested in Brian Parker. I don't know how they view any of these offensive linemen, to be honest.
That's where I wish I had a bug inside the room. A fly recording. Raiders select Kenyon Crawford. K-Ron Crawford.
Kenyon Crawford? All right.
K-Ron Crawford.
118th on the AZ Sports consensus board. A little low.
What position does he play?
Decent player. Edge rusher. So if they want an edge rusher in Philly, Danny Dennis Sutton, Romello Height, Joshua Joseph, Jason Barham, Tyreek Sapp, Anthony Lucas. Not a lot of options for them. Not a lot of good options either. It's
Daniel
rough.
Wants us to take Ted Hurst. KLC would probably agree. He wants to go offense. But we're still waiting.
I'd still argue that just go defense, because you take a look at the board and how it's situated. There's a few really good defenders left. You still haven't addressed the secondary. And quite frankly, the only two problems on offense were health, which is somewhat random, and the quarterback play, which you ideally have fixed with Kyler Murray. So you theoretically don't need to address offense.
Or an improved
you'd love
coached
to.
JJ McCarthy.
he ain't gonna play another snap for this team unless Kyler gets hurt. I firmly believe that.
Yeah.
Why am I the only one that likes JJ?
You're not the only one that likes JJ. I'm just pragmatic about it. I really just don't think he's ever going to play again unless Kyler gets hurt, because I don't see a world where JJ beats him in a competition.
We'll see. Now, I don't think JJ is going to win, but I'd love to see it. Absolutely love to see it.
I mean, I think everybody would love to see it. You would like your top 10 quarterback to be good. Like, we all do. But
right, but Murray's number 1 quarterback, not just top 10. Now, has he lived up to that billing?
I mean, it's hard to live up to that billing, so no. I mean, it took Matthew Stafford over a decade to live up to that billing of being number 1 overall pick.
Right. And Daniel says he didn't want to see McCarthy beating out Murray.
If he beats out Murray, it's one of two things. Either Murray just sucks, which I don't think is going to happen, or McCarthy's taking a real big boy leap, which, you know what? That'd be welcomed. It'd be good.
The Eagles select Markel Bell, tackle.
He's an interesting player.
Bears
6'9", 340. 6'9" is he's big.
That is tall.
But so Markel Bell on the A to Z consensus board is 136th. He's been rising ever since the Senior Bowl. He's good in the Senior Bowl. 36 and 3/8 inch arm length. 6'9", 346. 5'3", 640, which weight adjusted is not that bad. It's about average.
The Hammond Huggables are on the clock.
Antonio asking about all right with Genesis Smith at 97.
Showdown asked, does Ramsey have an injury red flag or some other red flag?
I think so. I didn't like Ramsey's tape as much as I thought I would.
Interesting. As we sit here and wait. Come on, Bears. Pull your proverbial butts out. Go do what you do in the woods and get back. I so much look forward to hearing that the Bears are going to move to Hammond in Indiana. Pay saying, no way it happens.
Nobody really knows at this point. There's so much political posturing bullshit between both sides. Like, that's the whole reason why they were threatening to go to Indiana is they can put pressure on the state of Illinois to get this thing, but they will. It's only 25 miles from Chicago proper, which I mean, it's not ideal,
than the racetrack.
Yeah. The whatchamacallit? Like the Giants and Jets play in Jersey. I think they're the only team that plays like outside of their state, those two.
Mm-hmm.
And it used to be Kansas City.
Yeah, Kansas City's moving to Kansas, but they're still in Kansas City. That's the weird thing. They're moving states and staying in the same city.
Kansas City, Missouri. Yeah.
Yeah.
It means Missouri will have gone from 2 pro teams to 0. But the headquarters for the Chiefs will stay in Kansas City, Missouri.
Sam Roush apparently to the Bears.
Sam
So
Roush.
that's another tight end off the board.
Why?
I'm starting to just punt tight end at this point.
Why do they need a
but
tight end?
That's also, he's like
Cole
tight end
Kmet
3 for the Bears.
This is hey, groom you for a year as tight end 3, and then you're replacing Cole Kmet, and we got to save money to pay Caleb Williams.
Yeah, but they also have, who is it? They drafted last year. A tight end. That turned out to be pretty damn good.
Loveland. Although
Yeah.
they made a mistake with that one. Because even though Loveland looked solid at the end of the year, if they wanted a tight end, they had Tyler Warren on the board, and he was clearly the better option. Kind of looking what's still available for the Vikings. They get to 82. AJ Halsey, one of the guys that I mentioned, still there. Not sure if he's gonna make it all that far.
I'm surprised Halsey's still on the board, to be honest.
Yeah.
But he is a little, like, you can argue he's a little bit more pigeonholed as a box guy. I don't necessarily agree with that or buy it, but he is a much bigger player, weighing about 220, and his like athleticism isn't what you would call ideal. He ran 4.52, no other testing, no jumps, no agilities. 6 foot 215. Like 215 is a 92nd percentile for safeties, by the way. I like the ball skills. I like how he's in coverage, but at the same time, he doesn't have like that speed or fluidity to really make up for mistakes. So I can kind of see it, but I'm intrigued if the Vikings are just going to punt safety till day 3. Which arguably is not the worst idea. But now that you have that extra 3rd round pick, you're in a situation where, hey, now a day 3 guy, like a position you would target on day 3, now you can target that spot in round 3 and get that guy a little bit earlier. Not to say you're like forcing value or whatever, forcing a player, but there's a lot of interesting options because now you have that 98th overall pick.
Be advised, my internet's acting wonky.
Yeah, I kind of figured because my screen is being a little weird.
And it's
that makes
the
sense.
upspeed that's, of course, it's the upspeed.
Yeah, it tracks. Let's kind of reset quick, get a couple of interesting players here. Jermod McCoy still on the board. He's 18th on my board, my personal board. Chris Bell is in the 30s. Emmanuel Pregnon, I'm kind of surprised he's here, but I don't think the Vikings would take a guard. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but they need a guy who can play center. I don't think he can play center. Chris Brazzell, the Tennessee wide receiver, if you want a guy that looks like Randy Moss but does not play like Randy Moss. Connor Liu. Grayson Halton, if you want another defensive tackle, which wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing in the world. He's more of a gap shooter like Jalen Redmond. Halsey. I like Keith Abney a lot if you want corner. A little on the smaller side, but incredible in press coverage. One of the best at dealing with in-breaking and slant routes in college football last year. Ted Hurst is obviously still available if they want that X receiver. I don't know how much they really want an X, even though they brought in 3 for visits. That's that's an archetype Kevin O'Connell's never had or used with the Minnesota Vikings. So I'm not 100% sold that they really, really want that type of guy, even though they're bringing in players like that. A lot of intriguing players here that they could take in round 3. Only 2 running backs have gone so far. Jonah Coleman is my top running back available. Mike Washington Jr. is one that other people really like as well. I think Emmett Johnson is not a fit for the Minnesota Vikings. I know he's the local guy, but he's a gap runner. They're going to do a lot more wide zone, and that's just not a great fit. Plus, I'm just not a big fan of. I just don't think he has juice, and I think that's a little bit of a problem.
Be advised, Niners select Ramella height.
That's a good pick. He's really skinny, but
now being skinny is obviously a disadvantage, but you can make up for that with good technique or superior technique.
Well, technique doesn't matter too much when you're getting blitzed and just overpowered consistently. That's part of the problem with him being so skinny, is the play strength just isn't there. Now, if he can just bend the arc and not even get touched, I think that is good. But he's got to hit the weight room. He's got to hit it strong. But if he can, and he can put on some muscle, that can end up being a huge benefit.
I have a beef with NFL Network. They keep showing Burger King commercials, and it's making me hungry.
Oh, I love Burger King.
I don't. But I'm not a burger guy anyway, so
Completely fair.
Hey there, Rhino. How you doing? How's things out there in the warm Southern Pacific? Rhino's out visiting the in-laws.
Very nice.
Rhino, you over yesterday's pick yet?
I'm gonna step out for a sec.
Okay.
Trying to think of what direction the Vikings might be willing to or wanting to go here. I'm really not sure.
Rhino says hot and humid as hell. Yes, it is. It's tropical.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But Rhino says, interesting choice. If he stays healthy, he loves it. Don't we all? Hopefully, SKOL Doc will be joining us shortly and we can talk about it.
Mm-hmm. That's the plan. Got the link. Just waiting on him now.
Commander select wide receiver Antonio Williams.
Interesting. He was kind of used as a little bit of a gadget guy, but there's some upside there. That Clemson offense is just not good as far as being able to project wide receiver talent right now, unfortunately. Unless you're DeAndre Hopkins, that is.
Antonio says he wouldn't mind taking Halsey. Halsey's still available.
I'm surprised Halsey's still available, but
Rhino says it's a wet heat, 96 degrees today. Yes. And I'm sure the dew point's right up there. It's the dew point that matters, not the temperature, the dew point. I'm sure it's well into 70s plus. It wouldn't be bad if it got a weather change and you got some breeze off the ocean. Rhino asks, what do you think at 82? Center, safety, or running back? Do you have a preference, Tyler?
For what?
Pick 82. Center?
Not running back. I don't want to touch running back in this class. We've been over that.
I know that.
Look, if I had to pick, just take McCoy and figure it out. It's a 3rd round pick. At that point, who cares? If he plays at all and plays up to that 1st round ability, it's a win. I remember Josh Sweat a few years ago. The Eagles took him around 4, and he ended up like the idea was he just had no cartilage in his disease. It was like bone on bone. Well, he's still playing, and he's still playing at high level, but they took him in the 4th round. That's where you can take that kind of risk. I think you can take that kind of risk at 82. I'd seriously consider Chris Bell, even with the torn ACL. He's built like A.J. Brown. He plays like A.J. Brown.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be awesome on this football team. 6'2", 220. Tremendous. I'm a lot less bullish on the idea that this team needs a center. So that is what it is. I don't know. I think corner might be a really good spot to attack at this point because you have some interesting players. Obviously, McCoy, Keith Abney's good. Keontae Scott's kind of a versatile, like a nickel safety. Will Lees and Devin Moore, Julian Neal, they're more like cover 3 style corners, which I think is fine. That's the Vikings play a lot of cover 3 in like quarters. So you can do a lot of those different things. And there he is. We have the SKOL Doc in the house. How are you, sir?
Tyler, what's up, man? Dave, good to see you as well. Love your guys' show. Thank you for the invitation. It's great to be on.
Yeah, it's great to have you. I wanted to kind of get your thoughts on, because obviously you are a orthopedic surgeon that specializes in feet. So I kind of want to get your sense on, and obviously you're not looking directly at the CAT scans, MRIs, and everything, but the general idea of what the foot injury is and how similar and linked the two of them are and how concerned we should be and a general scale, because as a medical professional, you can't tell us specifically without looking at the patient, but you can give us a sense of what we're dealing with and looking at.
Exactly. Yes, I have, as you said, I have not seen x-rays. I have not seen the CT scans. All I can comment is my experience with these injuries and what the literature says about these injuries. And the good news about these injuries is that they are both clean fractures of bone. Bone heals pretty predictably in our realm. When it comes to soft tissue or other types of injuries of the foot, including midfoot type sprains with the Liz Frank ligament, that stuff gets a lot more touchy than it comes to just broken bones. Now that just the Lewis Seen injury, that's a separate category, right? Because he had an open compound fracture. So we'll put that in a different category. But let's look at Caleb Banks' actual injuries. So we know that in August of the 2025 season in training camp, he suffered a Jones fracture. And he attempted, and just so everybody knows, a Jones fracture is a particular type of fracture in the bone behind your pinky toe called your metatarsal at a particular area of the bone where the blood supply is poor. And it historically does not heal well without surgery, especially in large men who play football. But him being a competitor, he tried to tough it out. Unfortunately, he was unable to do so, so he required the surgery. The surgery involves a minimal invasive procedure where we make a small incision and we put a screw into that bone to just compress the fracture together, which improves the blood supply to the area and allows it to heal much better. Now, the tricky part about healing a Jones fracture is that you cannot send them back to sport too soon, or it can get worse and they can require further surgery, maybe even need a bone stimulator. So there are plenty of studies in which we use CT scans to make sure that the entire bone circumferentially around the fracture is healed, not just one cortex on one side of the bone or the other side of the bone. And it can be tricky just looking at an x-ray and seeing if the entire bone is healed around that screw. So that's why a CT scan is important. So we know that the Jones fracture went on to completely heal, which was the biggest hurdle when it comes to his injuries, because he went to the combine. Well, first of all, he finished out the season. He played a few games at the end of the season. He then went to the Senior Bowl and he did his thing there. He played extremely well. He's throwing guys around like rag dolls. He then went to the combine and showed us a 98th percentile adjusted athlete based on his size, which was incredible. Mm-hmm. Here comes the second injury. So the night before the combine, he's practicing the sprints. And if you listen to his introductory presser, he actually gave us a lot of information, which helps me as a doctor insinuate what exactly happened. He said the night before the combine, he was practicing the sprint and he was wearing these like sprinter type shoes, which are very narrow for his feet. He should not have been wearing those. He admits that now. And he felt a weird pop sensation that felt like a cramp. He went to bed. He woke up the next day. He didn't have swelling or pain, so he figured, I'm okay to go for the combine. Now, in my opinion, he suffered a bone bruise, otherwise known as a stress fracture, to the fourth metatarsal. This is a different bone now, okay? So he still healed the Jones fracture. There was no re-injury of the Jones fracture based on what we know. The fourth metatarsal, which usually develops a stress fracture closer to the head of the bone, there is no issue with blood supply. This heals predictably well, okay? Now, if I had seen him or a professional had seen him at this time and evaluated him and felt the bone, we would have said, hey, man, sit out the combine, work out at your pro day, heal up. And if he had done that, I think he would have gone much higher than 18, all right? And the reason for that is because, unfortunately, he did go through with the combine. He did end up fracturing. That stress fracture went into an acute fracture, and that required surgery. So he had a repeat surgery where they cut open the skin, they put the fracture together with plates and screws, and he's currently healing that right now. So we know that the recent CT scans that they're talking about are looking at that fourth metatarsal bone. It's on schedule to heal. He's on pace to return to practice in June. He should be ready to go by training camp. And that's what we know about the foot injury. When it comes to the fourth metatarsal, they heal predictably well. And when it came to the Jones fracture, we already know that that's healed. So now the question is, what is the recurrence rate of these injuries now that they're healed? And fortunately, they're quite low. Even though that he's a 6'6" man with 330 pounds on his body, I know he does want to play at a lesser weight, as he said in his introductory presser. The recurrence rate still tends to be quite low as long as it's healed, and the hardware tends not to have to come out, so he shouldn't need any repeat surgery. This is all very good news for the Vikings. This is why myself, knowing this information, I've been much higher on Caleb Banks during this process, and like every time I did a mock draft, I ended up grabbing Caleb Banks because I agree with the Vikings where I see this he's oozing with potential. And you don't find guys who are built like this, who move like this in the draft, especially at 18 overall. So that's my whole spiel on the injuries. I hope I explained it well for you guys, and I'm happy to answer any of the questions you guys have.
So I guess it's probably easiest to start here. We know that these injuries are relatively separate in nature, and they probably aren't linked. As far as like the word degenerative often gets thrown around when somebody has an injury and then the healing process, and then it can hinder them for the rest of their life. When it comes to his foot and the fact that structurally now you've already had two significant injuries to the same foot, are we looking at a situation where there can maybe be some overcompensation and we could have another injury to that foot and there potentially be a higher risk for that?
That's a great question. And I don't think so. And the reason for that is I don't think either of these injuries were due to biomechanics. The mechanism of injury for a Jones fracture is plantar flexing and inverting your foot, much like an ankle sprain. And so it basically, he just got unlucky with how his foot turned on him during a play, and it snapped his bone. The fourth metatarsal stress fracture, in my opinion, most likely happened how all stress fractures happen, which is somebody who ramps up on activity too quickly after being inactive. When we are inactive and non-weight bearing on our foot, our bone density goes down. All right. And it takes a while with walking to build up that bone density because the blood flow increases to these bones. So my guess is that he just ramped up way too quickly for the combine and pushed it too hard. And the fourth metatarsal was just stressed. And so therefore, it's most likely, it's just a fluke that this happened in the same foot, to the fourth metatarsal. And I don't think he's susceptible, for compensation pain to develop another type of fracture.
So if he ramped it up more for the combine, did he have, was there any kind of reported extra issue or surgery between when he returned for the Florida Gators the week before Thanksgiving up until the combine? Because he performed there for 2 games. Then he performed at the Senior Bowl. So I guess my question is, because he ramped up so early and was already doing full-blown activities in November, 3 months prior to the combine, where, I guess, in your mind, does it come that he ramped up too early? And would that have even been a factor, considering there's such a large gap between the return and the new injury?
Yeah, so what I'm thinking is that he probably did have some pain in that area that he was playing through for those last couple of games during the season and into the Senior Bowl. And this is just speculation on my part, just so everybody knows. Because stress fractures, to your point, they don't just turn up just like that, especially if he's already played a few games. So my guess is that this is something that he was, kind of shrugging off and probably felt a little bit, but he was just being tough through it. And then it really flared up for him at the combine. That's my guess.
Okay.
Because, I don't know if I explained this well, but I know that he didn't acutely fracture the bone the night before when he was sprinting and felt the pop, because if he had, he would have woken up the next day with so much midfoot swelling and pain and bruising that he would not have been able to do that combine workout.
That's really interesting. I guess my next question, from a mentality standpoint, you deal and consult with a lot of patients and you talk them through the rehab process. When you're dealing with somebody like Banks, who self-described himself as wanting to push himself, when he re-injured that Jones fracture in September against LSU, he said he got a shot and played through it. When you're dealing with a person like this and a mentality, how do you get them to understand that they have to take it easy when they have that kind of mindset to really want to push themselves, considering this isn't the first, second, or third injury?
I mean, that's a great question. And honestly, it comes down to the teams that are pressuring them a lot of the times to get the injection to keep going, because they're better with them out on the field. But when it comes to me, my interest is with the player. So, I would have held him out, like I said, of the combine had I felt pain and palpation directly to the bone, which is concerning for a stress fracture. If he has, like in LSU on the sideline, if I'm feeling the fifth metatarsal and there's pain, I'm not shooting that up before I'm getting an x-ray. An x-ray would clearly show that he has a fracture, and then he is not playing. In fact, he's for sure, by my recommendation, getting surgery. We are not even messing with that with conservative therapy for someone who's 330 pounds. I can tell you right now, it's not going to work.
So when you have a guy who's 330 pounds and he says he wants to drop to 320 pounds, we know that the load bearing is significantly less the more weight you drop. But how significant is it from your perspective when it comes to the potential of a re-injury? Because the more weight, the more pressure, and therefore the harder the healing process. We, for lack of a better term, saw that last year with Christian Darrisaw. Is 10 pounds going to make a significant difference?
Yeah, we in the literature that we use, it's 20-pound increments, decreases the force significantly. I don't have the number in my head, but we go by 20 pounds. We always tell patients, if you can drop 20 pounds before surgery, and most of the force is going through your ankle, that we're actually worried about in foot and ankle. It's not as much the forefoot, because the pressure on your forefoot is spread so much evenly. In fact, there's more on the first metatarsal, being the larger metatarsal towards your big toe, that we're not as worried about it in that area. But yes, to your point, there is more force going through the area. But when it comes to recurrence of injury for the Jones fracture, well, let's talk about the fourth metatarsal first. The fourth metatarsal fracture, the incidence for re-injury is extremely low, especially with that plate and screw there. Once that bone heals, it's pretty much good to go. With the Jones fracture, there is more of a risk of recurrence, especially with such a huge human being. However, we find in the literature that once the bone is completely healed, which is identified with a CT scan, that risk goes down significantly. And that's why I've been telling people I'm not as worried. You know what? A guy that I like to throw out is King Henry, the running back for the Ravens. He had a Jones fracture treated with open reduction internal fixation. He's been fine since. That's a 250-pound guy who is just cutting like every single play, putting a ton of force on his foot, and he's been totally fine. And there's a lot of examples like that in the NFL, guys who have suffered Jones fractures and haven't suffered recurrence. The biggest thing is just being diligent with the CT scan and making sure you're not rushing these guys back too soon.
No, all that makes a lot of sense. That's pretty all the questions I have, because I think you did a fantastic job just kind of laying it out and helping us understand a little bit more about it, because people hear, 3-foot injuries and it's panic mode. I'll be honest. I was very honest with the audience and I said, I don't know enough about this. I'm punting until I learn more information. And I said last night that, hey, if the Vikings believe that everything's good, then I feel comfortable with it because the talent is there, because I am not a medical professional. So I'm very appreciative that you can help lay it out for the audience like this. Gentlemen, do you have any questions for him before we continue on with the draft?
If it's reported that wearing the sprinter cleat, and I've worn those or not, they are uncomfortable, caused the fourth metatarsal stress fracture. What sort of equipment do you think the Vikings are going to put in? What sort of cleats, what sort of orthotics to help prevent any further damage or help the healing of his foot?
Great question, Dave. I love that question. So he likely will have an orthotic, which is a shoe insert that goes in your shoe that's going to support the arch, make sure they're not overbearing on the lateral aspect of his foot where the fracture was to both of these fractures, to the fourth and fifth metatarsals. And they're going to get him a wide cleat. That's the most important thing. They're going to get him an extra wide cleat. There's plenty of space, so he's not crammed together in the front of his shoe. And it's as simple as that. And they'll do a 3D scan of his foot. I do this in my office. They'll get the orthotic made, and they'll make sure that they get him the cleats that he needs to make sure that this is behind him. Good. And then there's one more modification they can do to an orthotic, basically putting a pad in the forefoot area to further decrease pressure to the fourth metatarsal and make sure it doesn't happen again. But great question there.
To spread it out.
Yeah, exactly. I did have one little bonus talker I wanted to say before I jumped off here. Jermod McCoy, that injury does scare me significantly more. You threw out the word degenerative. Caleb Banks' fractures were in an area of his foot that are not degenerative. I do not anticipate this is going to shorten his career at all. I, as an foot and ankle surgeon, we deal with these same types of injuries that Jermod McCoy has in his knee, in which from what I've seen with reporting, the bone plug needs to be removed from the knee. We will do this in the ankle when there's a spot of bald cartilage or a fracture in the talus, the ankle bone, that allows your ankle to go up and down. I use a saw that's in a circle, and we kind of remove the area of the bone that's devoid of cartilage, and we implant cadaver bone in that area so there's fresh cartilage in the area. And it seems like that he's had something like that done when they went in to do the ACL construction, and apparently it's no good, and it needs to be replaced. And I don't know when that surgery needs to be done, but there are other doctors online speculating that it does need to be done and that it potentially may need to be done this year. So you might be looking at a player who can't play this year. And if that's the case, and it's a degenerative knee issue, his career could be significantly shortened. And that is why he's still available. Unless I missed that he was picked, but I haven't seen that he's been picked.
No,
so,
he hasn't.
Based on kind of that piece of information, what are we looking at from the fact that he might have to have specifically another surgery to repair it? Because it does sound like from the reports that he did have that style of surgery, but what's the deal with him having to get a cleanup or fix it procedure?
So if I was, again, I'm not a knee guy, but if I was doing this in the ankle, I would have to remove the bone plug in general. All right. I would have to inspect the surrounding cartilage and make sure there's no loose flaps and debride that as needed. Make sure I didn't have to take a larger plug out. I would then have to replace that plug potentially even use what we call juvenile cartilage, which is almost like stem cell cartilage that we get from donated cadavers with undifferentiated cells that can kind of turn into fresh cartilage. That would likely be the cleanup procedure he would need. When you do that, you need to be non-weight bearing on that leg for typically 6 to 8 weeks to allow that cartilage to heal. And after that, there's a long PT process of just getting back up to speed and getting your strength back. So it's a lengthy recovery on that one.
And the interesting part about the Jermon McCoy discussion is there are no guarantees outside of the signing bonus once we hit the third round. So whoever gets him can take the risk. And yeah, it would be technically throwing away a third round pick if it doesn't work, but you don't have any kind of extra financial commitment other than a signing bonus of somewhere in the neighborhood of like $1.2 to $1.5 million. So that is fantastic for the team to be able to get that kind of value, but who knows what the health is. Thank you very much, my man. It was great to have you on. I know we talked about this last year, but we weren't able to make anything work talking about the JJ McCarthy injury, but very appreciative of your time. And I know you have your own show. I'd love to give you the opportunity to plug it so everybody can go check it out. I know if I remember correctly, you did a longer form video on the Caleb Banks stuff, right?
Yeah, it's out there. You can look at my Twitter handle. It's at @SKOL_doc. It's pinned on my page. I usually do one show on Tuesday nights. I am a full-time doctor, so I just do this for fun, like once a week on Tuesday nights. But I watch you guys all the time. Love your show. Thank you for having me. And if you ever need any, answers like this, questions and answers about foot and ankle stuff, I'm your guy. So thanks again, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the rest of the draft. I know I'm probably going to yell about Grenard more, but that's part of the course. Hey, you know what? At least I have an outlet to vent it. So thank you very much, man. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
Yes.
All right. SKOL, guys.
SKOL.
See ya. All right.
That was fantastic. That was some of the best information that I've been able to get from anybody on the subject. Overall, just awesome. Just detailed. And I consider myself a smart guy, but I didn't feel like he was talking to us like we were medical professionals. He was talking to us where it was easy to relate. And I hope that everybody listening felt the same way, that they feel a lot more informed and a lot smarter and more comfortable with where the injury is. And if you still aren't comfortable, that's totally fine. But I feel a lot better about kind of the Caleb Banks stuff now than I did beforehand, because, well, I trust medical professionals and I am not one.
I think it's fascinating that orthopedic surgeons specify in specific joints, specific areas. He's a foot orthopedic guy versus a knee orthopedic guy versus a shoulder orthopedic guy.
By the way, to get back to the draft right now, the Colts just selected AJ Halsey at 78. So my top target for safety is gone now.
You know what? For not having a first round pick, the Colts have done a pretty good job so far. They got CJ Allen with a slight trade back, who was a top 25 player on my board. They got AJ Halsey, who was like safety 4 or 5 by consensus, depending on how you viewed Traden Stokes, if you viewed him as like a corner or a safety. I actually think Halsey was higher on the consensus board, but alas. Overall, Colts have done a pretty good job.
Yep.
The Falcons selected Zachariah Branch, wide receiver.
Oh, that's funny. Zachariah Branch. Oh, bleh. I do not like Zachariah Branch. I don't understand the draw.
You do not.
Dakario Davis at 72. That is a little bit of a surprise, but they don't make 6'4" corners who run a 4.4 40 very often.
Now, the Steelers took Drew Aller. What do you think of him as a quarterback?
Terrible. Look, here's the thing with Drew Aller. Aller has all the tools, the size, and the traits to be a good quarterback, but he plays bad. He does not play good football. He makes poor decisions. He's a very slow processor, and he's not super accurate when it comes to the football, like throwing the ball. He's had some games if you want to be sold on him, you want to go watch the Big Ten championship game from 2024 when he played very well against a good Oregon defense. But he's a 3-year starter that has had no consistency, none.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very Steelers to make this pick. I do want to answer. I'm not sure if there's joking or genuine questions. Freddie asked, is he a real doctor? Did he stay at a Holiday Inn Express? He is a licensed doctor in the Chicagoland area. He is a foot orthopedic surgeon, foot and ankle.
I was wondering why the Chicago Bear flag was up there too, as well as the Vikings. He's wearing a Viking shirt.
He lives in the Chicagoland area.
It actually would have been funny if he would have come on last year, which apparently you tried, because that was the year when I was sitting here with a fractured ankle.
Mm-hmm. It would have been.
Although I wasn't sitting here, that was still at my old home.
I'm very intrigued to see what happens next because I really want to know where McCoy goes.
Ravens select Jacoby Lane
in the 3rd round. Wow, I didn't think he would get drafted that high. Like, I think he's okay, but not great. Let's get this updated. There are some interesting players still on the board at receiver. I can't believe Caleb Douglas went to the Dolphins, 221st on the A to Z Sports consensus board. So almost he was overdrafted by 171 spots.
What position?
Hold on. No, not 171.
If we look centers, there's still Connor Lew out there. There's also Sam Hecht, whom I don't really like, to be honest.
I think he's okay. I didn't dislike Hecht that much. He's better than Logan Jones. I'll give him that. Hecht is going to be much more of a bigger body, but a technician and not a super athlete. So with the wide zone stuff, Lou, the knee injury, I'm surprised it's pushed him down this far because for my money, he's the best center in this class, not including Spencer Fano or like any of the guys who might kick over to center.
You saw the Packers pick Chris McClellan?
Nose tackle. He was one of the players that one of the reasons why the Gators ended up playing Caleb Banks more on the outside because they had McClellan, Cam Jackson, Desmond Watson. And McClellan ended up transferring to Missouri. Very interesting pick.
Douglas went already?
No, that's why I said Caleb Douglas. He went at 75. I'm going to reset once I get my board update. I can't believe Zachariah Branch went to the Falcons. And then Jacoby Lane, 123rd on the A to Z consensus board. Jacksonville and then the Vikings.
Yeah. Just as I was about to step out, I'll wait. Old man Bladder's a bitch.
Yeah, I this is why I just choose not to get old, Dave.
I keep it that way. You'll be happy.
All right. So if we want to look at my board, the two best players are Jermod McCoy and Chris Bell. And before the knee injury, Bell was projected to go in the first round. I wonder what the deal is because he also tore an ACL, but he was trending very high because of he plays like AJ Brown. I like him a lot.
I mean, it's a late season ACL tear, so you probably have him like mid-season if everything works out.
If you want to go with the 9-month timeline, he'd arguably be ready to go for the first preseason game if he didn't practice at all. That's
Which
a
probably is
hefty.
not a good idea.
Right.
You're probably looking at like an early October return, which that in itself would be 10 and a half months, which the Vikings have been relatively conservative on an overall scale when it comes to knee injuries. I like Bell, and I think he can really do a lot of good things and maximize, because the Vikings don't have a yak guy.
The
Jefferson can
Jaguars
get yards
just
after the
selected.
catch.
The Jaguars just selected Albert Rages, who I thought would go a little bit later, or a lot later. I think actually, I was very surprised by that when we did our group mock draft. I actually don't think he was drafted because
I thought
I
he
kept
might be
noticing
drafted in
him
like round
on the board
6.
when I kept noticing him on the board when I already 2 defensive taken. Like I take, but
Albert Regis.
Yeah, he's a run stuff and defensive tackle. I thought he'd go in like round 6. Looking at the A to Z consensus board, Regis is 214. But so the athletic profile is interesting. He's 6'1", 295, 4.88 40-yard dash, 34-inch vert, 116-inch broad. Arms are a little short, 31 and 5/8, but there's a decent athletic profile. The short shuttle is 4.85 seconds, which was the 7th percentile. But overall, cause and effect asked how I feel about the day 2 so far. What grade would you give it? Just day 2, I would give it a solid B, because I don't like the Grenard trade, but I do like the Jake Golday pick and trade back. I thought that was awesome. Vikings pick is in. I'm not sure who they took. We're waiting on that information. I feel like this would be a spot for a defensive back, maybe a wide receiver. It'd be nice if they were the team that took McCoy, but we don't know the medicals, so it's really hard to speculate on that.
I know somebody already said it'd be just the Vikings' way to select a whole bunch of injured players.
And you know what? It's so funny because they have not taken injured players in the draft. That's a free agency thing.
Uh-huh.
But we'll see what they end up doing. The pick is already in. It wouldn't shock me if this was a wide receiver. Ted Hurst is a real option. I'm waiting on any kind of confirmation here.
That's the second time I had a connection blackout right before the Vikings picked. Happened yesterday too.
The German government is against the Minnesota Vikings.
Hey.
It's not a government thing. As much as I dislike our government, but that's not a government thing.
Come on.
So
Somebody tipped this pick.
Tipped it. Haven't seen it.
I haven't seen anybody tip it yet. I've got multiple people covering the draft live that are kind of feeding me information. Waiting on it. if I had my choice of players, I would love Chris Bell. But we'll see. A lot of interesting defensive backs on the board. Devin Moore from Florida is an intriguing one. Great run defender, 6'3", slightly under 200 pounds. Was the if you want to go by PFF grades, he was the only player in the FBS to have an 80 grade or higher in both run defense and in coverage. Will Lee the third, I liked quite a bit. Is like he's viewed as a premier man cover corner, but I saw him as a really good zone corner. Keontae Scott is a slot corner who's probably safety.
The Vikings just selected Big Citrus.
Yes.
Interesting.
So there is the nose tackle.
Okay. The Vikings took nose tackle. 6'3", 325 pounds. Athletic profile is interesting. Look, this is a big ass dude. I don't know if this would be the preferred path that I would have gone, but I don't hate it.
Brian O'Neill announces it on TV.
Now you have a defensive line that's essentially the holes are filled now. You have a nose tackle. I think third round is a really good value for a nose. Big Citrus had some really interesting moments early on, but with all the other spots on the board, I don't prefer this, but I do like it on an overall scale. Like Citrus is going to be your nose, Banks is going to be your gap shooter, and it's a lot of size.
Defensive end, yeah. DE in the 3-4. Yes.
But it's 3 defensive players to start the draft, and I'm going to be real. I like it. The offense was underperformed, but
KLC
they don't have holes.
Smiling.
Like that's the thing. The offense really doesn't have holes. I talked quite a bit about how I wasn't sure that the Vikings needed a nose tackle, and I still believe that. But it's not a bad idea to have one. Well, there's a difference between being against the player and the position. Like I can understand being against the player. Overall, I'm gonna have to pop off here and take care of some A to Z stuff.
Can you wait 5 minutes?
Preferably no, but I can.
All right, I'll be right back.
Go ahead. Jonas, what do you think of Big Citrus?
I like this a lot more than the defensive tackle pick yesterday. I think this is the spot where I would have done it anyways. Yeah, I think this is right now the sweet spot where you want to draft the defensive tackles in this class, because you don't really have many guys with much pass rush juice. You have a lot of good run defenders, and I think Big Citrus can be just that. He's also a freak athlete, which seems to be something they are very much prioritizing this year. So yeah, it's okay. I probably would have preferred some other options as well. I would like a receiver in the third round. We still have 2 picks to get one. But yeah, there were probably a few options that I would have liked more. But it's a fine pick, I would say.
I think fine is it. Yeah. This is a boring pick. I think that's a good way to frame it. Look, I think he complements Caleb Banks really well. And I think that's an objectively good thing. Now you've addressed the front seven of that defense, and overall, now you can kind of look at 97 and 98. That might be, Jonas, the spot where the Vikings end up prioritizing a wide receiver, I hope. Maybe center. I don't know how the Vikings view the center class, if they really like it. Alec Lewis, way early in the process, said the Vikings have done a lot of work on the center class, but that doesn't mean they like the center class. Same with the running backs. Yeah. We don't know how they're going to end up viewing this group. So I'm very intrigued with the next few picks.
But they still also have to address safety at some point. So it's getting like the board there is getting really thin for at least guys who I think can contribute, can start right away. And you basically have to have another starter right now in that room. You don't have it there.
Yeah.
And I don't care how much they like Jay Ward. He's not the guy for that.
I would agree. I don't love Jay Ward. I thought like he's just too out of control on an overall level.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about the idea of what this draft could look like without a secondary player. I actually had a hot take that I didn't think the Vikings would take a trench player until their fourth pick. Well, 2 out of 3 are trench players. And well, I eaten a little crawl on that one, but it's interesting how even when in a poor defensive line class, they still focused on the D line. And then Jake Golday theoretically can play edge on some snaps for this team because of his background and how he's able to set the edge and really play on the outside. Overall, the Vikings defense got a lot stronger today. And I think that's a big win because they lost a ton of talent. Now you're influxing a ton of talent. You have edge rusher still needs to be taken a look at, but there's really not a lot of players at the position left in this class. Jayshawn Barham is one we talked about. We drafted this morning when we did our final day 2 mock draft. He's kind of like a Van Ginkel, Dallas Turner type where he can play off, he can play on, and you can kind of utilize his athleticism in that way. But
I've actually seen guys who speculated about Jake Golday maybe being that guy. Like I probably wouldn't feel that great about that. I think he's better suited in this Eric Wilson role, but I don't know. We'll see.
Browns just traded 3 of their multitude of day 3 picks to go up to 86. They sent the Chargers 105, 145, and 206. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Okay.
Bucks getting Ted Hurst.
Yeah.
That's
there goes another receiver.
That's a really good fit. They needed that body type in that room. Hurst kind of taking over the Mike Evans role. You can't expect him to be Mike Evans, but taking over the role, I think, is awesome. Also interesting, the Vikings are now 3 for 3 in selecting players who were top 30 visits. Talked a lot about how we didn't know how the top 30 visits were going to manifest, if they were going to matter or if they weren't. They're mattering a lot.
That's actually one of the reasons why I thought that Ted Hurst would be in play for this pick, because obviously he was there. That was widely reported. The Vikings did a ton of work on him.
Yeah, they did. Hurst is a good player. I'm surprised that they took Big Citrus, but they must have had a
Seems like Brian Flores currently has very much influence in that draft room.
Yeah, it's true.
So it was basically, we're going to extend you and then you can do just whatever you want in this draft.
Wait, were you asking me who I want in this draft, or I?
No. I was. It was like when they went to Flores about his extension. It was looks like it was basically they said, "Okay, here's your extension, and now as a return, you can just do whatever you want in this draft class."
I'm very curious about that. Overall, I think I think they're giving like Flores some autonomy, but I don't think he has that kind of pull where it's, hey, we're just going to give you the first 3 picks. I just think that's how it ended up playing.
The Browns traded up for Austin Barber.
He's an okay player, but he's probably a swing guy at the next level. There is potential. He's a great athlete. He's got really good size and length, but he got pistol whipped a bunch at Florida. Like, people thought he could be a top like 40 pick going into the year, and he just never produced. Which, I mean, it just kind of is what it is. 3rd round, like, I guess I get it, but it's a little bit of a reach for me.
All right, Tyler, you can bail.
Perfect. I'll be back.
We'll switch to 2 people and I'll bring in. Jonas on this screen. That is interesting that B-Flow and his extension seems to have ruled the day.
Yep. Doesn't seem to be too concerned about his secondary, though, which I'm really surprised about that. Like that, I get not selecting a corner early. I probably would have done that, but I get that they probably have their 3 starters ready that they feel good about, and I'm okay with that. I like James Pierre. That's fine, I guess, especially for the scheme that Flores runs. But you desperately need another guy in the safety room, and I'm really surprised right now that they haven't done it yet. Especially with the opportunities they had on the first 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I get that the Vikings didn't want Emmanuel McNeil-Warren in the first round because I don't think he was the greatest fit for that. But if he's sitting there in the 2nd round, I don't get it why they passed on that one.
Ted Hurst went to the
Oh yeah,
Bucks.
that was already that happened like 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. If I could catch up.
We already have the Dalen Everett pick for the Steelers and Austin Barber to the Browns, who traded multiple day 3 picks to get there. Now have the Dolphins on the clock, and it's 10 picks until the Vikings have 2 consecutive ones.
Yay. Daniel says Genesis would be the guy.
I'm not too high on the safeties who are on the board right now. I think the next sweet spot for safeties is a little bit lower. Like Genesis Smith, definitely a good playmaker on the ball. He gets his hands on the ball a lot. He mostly played deep in his last season after playing slot before. But there are huge tackling issues with him. He missed almost 20% of his tackles, which is obviously way too much. That's basically unplayable for safety, especially if you want to move him around the formation. Um, and he's also one of the guys that is probably pigeonholed into this single high safety mold that the Vikings, they don't really have that role. So I'm not sure if that's the guy. Like
Unless they're
if
looking
it's
for a speedster.
like obviously at the end of round 3, I'm wouldn't complain about that too much, but I'm not sure if he's a guy that you can start right away. And the Vikings need a guy who can start right away at the safety position, which is why I'm so surprised they haven't taken one yet.
I got you thinking. But I got to love the big round bellies. I've always said you build a team from the inside out, and the inside being the offensive and defensive line. And it looks like we're finally addressing that, which is a great, great thing.
I wouldn't say that they didn't address that last year. I mean, they spent so many resources on that last year. Not all of them have paid off, obviously. Oh,
Right, and they're both gone.
Really early. The Dolphins just picked up another. Damn, the Titans are going fast off the board. Man, I'm surprised about that. And I'm bad with names right now. Ohio State Titan, the second Ohio State Titan that went off the board today. Expected him to go way later, but that's basically just. It seems like the consensus had a way lower opinion on the Titan draft class than the NFL did. And apparently also everybody in the NFL wants to play 13 personnel right now. So I guess everybody is looking for the Titans right now. And there are guys, especially at the tight end position, who have been flying off the board, who are like guys that everybody expected to be picked in like the 4th, 5th, or 6th round. Oh, please don't. I just saw the comment. First of all, I don't think a 2027 third is going to get it done for A-Chain, and I also don't want to trade for A-Chain. That's just too much capital and too much money that the Vikings would have to spend on the running back position. People who follow me and know my opinions about that, know my opinion about the running back value, and please don't pay premium assets for that position.
Possible. You're right.
Yeah, that's a proposition that I like much more.
Emmett Johnson's still on board, right? Yeah.
He is. I was talking about the comment you just said that they wanted to get German McCoy because at this point it would suck to punt on a third round pick, but at this point the risk reward calculation, in my opinion, is
worth it
so much towards the reward side, because you are getting a player who if he's healthy probably goes top 10, maybe even top 5 in the draft. Like, he's a guy who, just from a playing standpoint, is a guy who would probably go where a guy like Sauce Gardner or Derek Stingley would go in the draft. And that's that's the kind of guy you would be getting. Of course, you don't know how he returns from that kind of injury, especially after sitting out for 2 years, which makes it even harder to get back to his prime physical form. But there's so much upside to that be I would be thrilled if the Vikings, especially if at this point they are uh, obviously willing to take swings on guys with health concerns. Maybe you might want to do that now.
The Bears select wide receiver Xavier Thomas out of LSU.
Yeah, expected him to go a bit later. And the Oregon got
CBS has him ranked
Emmanuel
197th.
Pignon went to the Jaguars right ahead of the Bears. I expected him to go earlier. I thought he would be an early second round guy, but apparently, yeah. The Vikings probably will have at least one of those top four centers on the board when they pick again.
Mm-hmm.
So if they want to go center, if yeah, that's
Hey, I'm all for picking Connor Lew at this point.
yeah, sure. Probably not going to start right away because of his ACL, but
No,
at
but
this point,
you're banking him.
yeah.
You're going to redshirt him.
Yeah,
And
I would be perfectly fine. I would be perfectly fine with that.
And if Brandel does great, you still got him as backup because he'll probably eventually beat out Jerkins, in my opinion.
Probably, yeah.
And it's another big round belly just on the offensive side. Niners select Kalon Black.
Ooh, that wasn't the running back I expected to go there. There are a ton of running backs on the board right now, and I think there were way better options right now than that one. I think there's a good chance that the Vikings take a running back with one of those late thirds, and I'd be okay with it.
Come on, Vegas. Well, if
Caleb
they
Black,
go,
the running back the Niners just selected, was the first player drafted this year who has not been invited to the combine. He was the first combine snap who was selected this year. At pick 90, that's early. He
yeah,
was, I think, gonna have to look up where he was at the consensus board. That might be like in the 190s.
for Black.
Yeah, gonna have to look it up though. But since he also wasn't invited to the combine, He was at 214.
CBS had him at 296. Whoa.
Damn.
All right.
That's a head scratcher. But the Niners draft in general was way against consensus. Like the Stribling pick was already one that was a huge consensus board reach. I think Romello Hyde, compared to his consensus spot was probably, have to look it up, but it was probably pretty spot on. But Kalen Black is the second huge reach on the consensus board, who wasn't, like I said, not even a top 200 player. Yeah, Romello Hyde was pretty spot on. He was 78 on the consensus spot, so that fits. But overall, the Niners draft goes pretty hard against the consensus.
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders did pick, but again, they do not tip picks this year. At least not today. Yesterday it was pretty solid, but today they have been able to keep the guys from tipping the picks who normally do that.
Brian, I think Fano's already gone.
Oh yeah, sure.
He went in the first day.
He was like, I think he was the first offensive lineman who was taken this year. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but he was consistently viewed as a high first round pick. So not sure why somebody would think right now that he was still available.
Because he's looking at the list and trying to keep up. That stuff happens.
Sure.
We're all human.
Sure.
Raiders pick Trey Zune.
Yeah. Okay. I think the biggest thing with the Vikings defensive line room right now is that they just got bigger. Like last year, they had their issues on run defense, and now they have they just added two guys who are well over 300 pounds. Probably both are going to play at about 320.
Mm-hmm. Ish. Yeah.
So yeah, that's definitely, that defensive line definitely got bigger. Gotta see if it got more juice. Probably not, because as much deserved criticism as Hargrave and Allen got, but they were both very good pressure generators, and I don't know if the two new guys can keep up with that.
Yeah, but
Big
hopefully they
Citrus
can.
probably doesn't. But that's probably also not going to be the role they
That
see
they
him
want
in.
it. Now, Banks, I think, can disrupt.
He can,
He can get the
but
backfield.
you know, I'm not I'm not the biggest fan of him. But we discussed that yesterday. Yeah, but I like the big citrus pick a lot more than yesterday's Caleb Banks pick.
Just 4 more picks until the Vikings are on the clock for back-to-backs. Barham's gone.
The Cowboys just picked then the Rams, Dolphins, Patriots, and Seahawks.
Freaking Cowboys.
Yeah, Baum's gone. Again, there were people who thought that Jack Alday might be the guy who steps into kind of this hybrid role that AVG is playing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I see him that way. I think he's much more of an off-ball linebacker. I think he is more like the heir to Eric Wilson than he is to Andrew Van Ginkel. So Edge might still be in play for that last pick, for those 2 last picks in the 3rd round. If they take both, I think there's a world in which the Vikings trade back with one of them.
We will find out. Rams select Keegan Trust. And I'm going like, who? Sorry, folks. Dave is not the college scout like Tyler is. I will look up all our players after the fact. I do not follow college football like I did when
He's a
I was
guard.
young.
He's a guard out of Missouri. Not a guy that I think was widely expected to go day 2, who was 164th on the consensus board. And I'm being honest, since guard wasn't a position that I thought the Vikings would do much work on, I didn't really focus on it, so I can't really say much about the player. Just looking
CBS had him at 88, believe it or not.
So probably a bit more divisive player.
Mm-hmm.
If he ended up at he is announced as a tackle. He was listed as a guard at the consensus board. So might be one of those.
Can bounce and play either way.
He was listed at 269 at the PFF board, which is a bit wild to me because his grading profile looks pretty good. But he's a guy, he was listed as a guard at the consensus board. He played right tackle almost exclusively at Missouri. And the Dolphins picked, so it's just the Patriots and Seahawks before the Vikings are on the clock again.
Who did the Dolphins select? Do we know?
They selected.
And the Steelers traded up with the Pats. Steelers are on the clock.
I was still hoping for
Chris Bell,
which he probably did. He just went to the Dolphins.
Yep, wide receiver, Chris Bell. Was one of the highest left on Tyler's big board, horizontal. And speaking of which, there we go. Not going to get me back up.
Good boy, Odie.
Odie is a good boy.
Lots of treats for Odie tonight for being such a trooper. But Bell just went to the Dolphins. Really good pick by the Dolphins. I like that a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Good value, too. That's a potential like wide receiver 1. That's a potential like alpha. And you get it at 94. That rocks. You don't always get that kind of, I guess, luck might be the best way to frame it. But great pick. And Dave, I didn't get a chance to hear your opinions on Big Citrus.
Oh, God. I love another big round belly. You betcha. They're finally addressing what me and my buddies have always said. You got to build from the inside out, build the O-line and build the defensive line. And they're addressing that. It will be a long-term best choice in this case.
The Patriots, by the way, selected another tight end. Like, how many tight ends have been flying off the board in day 2?
Now, whether Big Citrus is just a run stuffing guy, that's fine. I think our defensive line is now relatively set. We got Big Citrus. We obviously have Jalen Redmond.
Mm-hmm.
We have Banks. I'm happy.
Yeah. Vikings are on the clock. Looks like the Steelers just we're not on the clock quite yet. The Steelers just traded with the
Patriots,
and they're taking Jennings Dunker, the offensive tackle that literally cannot move.
So now they're on the clock.
You had him. You graded him.
Because
Dunker? I didn't do a full blown grade. He's on my big board.
Right.
I was not high on Dunker.
Pats took Eli Raridan.
Yeah, that's he's a very interesting tight end, but one of the big things with Raridan's got 2 torn ACLs, but the tape is good. So it's trying to parse out that with actually no, I didn't have Jennings Dunker in my top 100.
You have him in
I didn't
4 to 5
like him
on your big board.
Oh, the horizontal board, yeah. He's interesting.
I'd be interested how many guys did take a bet on the number of tight ends selected on day 1 and 2, because damn, that one is crazy.
Well, it was relatively a deep class, but they're all developmental guys, because what do I say about tight ends? Unless you're a prodigy, you're drafting a tight end for the next team. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. The first of 2 picks in a row.
Who'd the Seahawks take? Do we know yet?
Don't know yet.
They traded back. They were the ones who traded.
They
the
traded
pick
back with the
to
Steelers. Okay.
So the Steelers traded up for the
Yep.
offensive lineman who cannot move.
All right. Taking a look at the board. Kamari Ramsey, Genesis Smith, Keontae Scott, Jonah Coleman would be interesting. Oh, the Seahawks only dropped 3 spots and they got 216 to do. So that's, considering they only had 4 picks, that's not terrible. I can't believe Pittsburgh is having like a disaster draft. The only pick of theirs that I like is Jeremy Bernard. And I love that pick. But Iheanacho, I don't love for them specifically. I think he's a really interesting player. But Drew Aller and now Jennings Dunker.
Mhm.
Dunker will end up being beloved by that city because of like he's got the mullet and everything, and he's very personable. But no, he's not a good football player, unfortunately.
I would be surprised if the Vikings trade one of those 2 picks right now. And apparently they are taking their time.
And the nice part is because they have 2 picks, they can take all 10 minutes. They can wait. I remember when this would have been what, maybe 2002, 2003, the Raiders had 31 and 32. And they waited 25 minutes to make a pick. It was tremendous.
Which is cool because the only team that can jump on them is them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. First
pick is in, but we don't know what it is yet.
But you got to give it to Jennings Dunker. He's got the redneck look.
I mean, he looks cool, but and I'm sure he seems like a really nice, personable guy, but he just can't move.
Red-headed mullet, big mustache.
Everybody loves to gas up a guy who looks cool with a mullet.
Absolutely. Why not?
I'm hoping that they get a defensive back here. I would love if they did something crazy like get Amari Harvey, or Charles Demings. McCoy would be intriguing.
Nah,
there's a chance.
Select
There's
Connor
a chance.
Blue.
I don't think. My gut says they don't, but we'll see. We don't have any read on what this is. Going off of if it's just 30 visits, I wonder if it's Charles Demings. He was the only, to my knowledge, the only corner available that the Vikings ended up having a visit with, because they had a visit with Chris Johnson, I believe, but Johnson obviously went round 1 to the Dolphins at 27.
Freaking Fins.
Edge is a non-zero possibility. Like Danny Dennis Sutton is incredibly athletic, but I have no read on what they'll do here, which is fascinating.
Danny Dennis Sutton. Danny's a weird spelling for a guy.
Yeah, I mean, we drafted a guy named Daniil that spelled Danielle.
Well, true. And he just made boatloads of money on an extension.
Mm-hmm.
And was so good.
As he should.
Pick is in. We still don't know it.
Yeah.
According to
They've done a good job to
God,
prevent
it's
guys
Caleb
from.
Tinian. He wants Caleb. One or the other.
They are selecting Northwestern tackle Caleb Tiernan at 97. It's a depth offensive lineman. He doesn't have the best bend in the world, but he's a solid backup kind of player.
Okay, so another big round belly.
Interesting. I wouldn't have pegged the Vikings being in on Tiernan, but interesting player. The ability to play inside and out is really nice, especially because you're taking a guy in round 3. That's the kind of thing that you want. Very curious if they're just not in on this center class.
I think he's probably the new Blake Randall now that Blake Randall
is the center
going to be a center. So
I would have loved Trey Zune in that role, but Zune went a few picks earlier to the Raiders because he's a left tackle by trade that actually is projected to move inside to center.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very, very good depth kind of pick. I don't know if he's got a future as a starter, but
Freddie says he's 6'7", which is good size for a tackle.
On the A to Z consensus board,
his plays a bit high, but that's
77th on our consensus board. On a Reefs, Tiernan, I think was, let's see, he might not have been top 100. Nope, 67th on the wide left consensus board. Whoa. So that's a 30 pick surplus, which is pretty good.
CBS has him at 53.
Well, hey,
and the Vikings just selected a safety, but it's not the one we thought. They just selected Jacoby Thomas.
Jacoby Thomas, really? That I think that's the Miami kid.
Yep.
Jacoby Thomas, 188th on the A to Z consensus board. 6'1", 211. It looks like he didn't test at the combine. I genuinely don't know a whole lot about Jacoby Thomas. He wasn't on my radar, but it looks like he was second team All SEC. I'll let's pull up
Jacoby or Jacob?
Jacoby. Lance Zierlein of NFL.com has him with a 6.12 grade, good backup with the potential to develop into a starter. Here's the synopsis. Draft projection rounds 4 to 5, which is about where the Vikings took him. A productive fifth-year safety. Thomas is wired to play forward and race into action whenever it's present. He overflows pursuit and has too many missed or broken tackles on the stat sheet, but his impact against the run is a net positive. Has good ball production, but it's fairly average in coverage. He can be way too quick to overlap or bite on bait, which allows receivers to get behind him from single high and split safety alignments. Thomas has the potential to develop into a starter as a likely middle round pick.
You have him as a UDFA.
I didn't have a chance to like fully watch him. I was just kind of going off of trying to look at like a consensus. Yeah, he was very high on our board at A to Z. The wide left consensus board.
So now the Vikings didn't pick a center. They didn't pick a running back. They didn't pick a wide receiver. The Vikings don't have a wide receiver 3 right now.
Well, they do. We just don't like
that's one of the biggest. I mean, they kind of do, but he's not a receiver, to be honest. He's just special teamer.
Let's see. Jacoby Thomas on the consensus board, 177th. 152nd by forecasters, 184th by evaluators. So it seems to be a little bit of a reach, but this is kind of fits the Brian Flores mold. He's older, he's experienced, and he'll fit into the secondary, I guess.
CBS had him at 209.
And Jalen Husky goes to the Jags at pick 100. And that's the end of day 2. Vikings are going to pick 4 times tomorrow. 2 5ths, 2 7ths. And they still have needs at corner. They still have needs at wide receiver. I'd still be a proponent of no running back. But they've done a lot to address needs and depth, which is what they needed. Safety, they may just feel comfortable, and we'll see how right they are, because I don't think any of us feel that comfortable.
Hitman's coming back, baby.
Yeah. Well, even if he doesn't, it's a long-term thing, but they've done a lot to address a lot of the depth concerns. I'm going to watch some film tonight. The show tomorrow is going to go live just before 11, and we will be back talking about all of the Vikings picks and lack of picks going into the draft. Does this mean Hopkins will be signed? We can't assume that the Vikings will make any kind of big free agent signings after the draft. I wouldn't be surprised. Vincent Aguilera says the dumbest front office in the NFL, they simply can't draft for shit. Here's the thing. You don't know if they drafted well or bad tonight. Neither do we. We can kind of project.
We did take about 3 years to figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the tough part.
And we don't know if it's going to get through the summer.
Yeah. We'll see. I'm hoping to get out to mandatory minicamp and maybe some OTAs, but we're still in the process of working on that. And I'll be at some training camp practices, and we'll kind of figure it out from there. Overall, thank you everybody for joining us. I'll have more coverage on A2Zsports.com, and we'll be back tomorrow afternoon to break down everything on day 3.
What time does the draft start tomorrow? 11?
11 a.m.
We'll be here 15 to 5 minutes before.
Yes, we will.
Finally, a time where I usually don't sleep.
Yeah, I know. It'll be nice. Thank you guys so much for joining tonight. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. I'm Tyler. He's Jonas. He's Dave. SKOL Vikings, everyone.
SKOL Vikings. Thanks for watching Vikings First and SKOL. Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell, and share this episode with your friends and even your enemies. We'd love it. We are part of the Fans First Sports Network, and we appreciate each and every one of you. SKOL.